leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE. Bo,
Kasia bo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya se, Kasia Waye,
Onye Yimu, Nukratrodo, Kamadine Kamadine Bo,
Nita Pe,
Mayentie, Kasia Waji 100.9,
Kwesi Monkwe.
Yes, Antana say, and Nebna, Mimamunia, Timamakaba, need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE soon as you go. Na, Moya, dear, Bibiabako, a dem anopay. Ya can't go near Baba Henny, cause you my Ghana, your station, our station. Akabesma edu enkro na no nsia boy de kase boy de kan na no pay de bebremo enu akire ye be bie nkomo no ye be toaso akakopem be se no nudu ye chire but me kaos ye be shase ye be je ye de bonkrata the front pages of the newspapers ye de no bebremo sanso ye be hwe ye internet those big stories trending there ye no mo be che enche. Yen fast that I see from peacefmonline.com, other major online portals. Yen no mass. Na many more and semino near tier or your internet in the swan pay. And run to the Bank of Ghana, woman Wamujo Mudin, and Ramu and Central for Shimu, Church and Simu. You go explain Taya because there's no evidence. You go explain to your Bank of Ghana and Dr. Ernest Addison, Edin Chichimu, Edibaye. Nina said, and saying, Sembe Brababe to you, fire Bank of Ghana, the Central Bank of Ghana. Ain't you now? One would in Chichimu, Edibaye, and some saying that Tiano pay some of them. have found its way on the various news online portals, making headlines. The Bank of Ghana is in the news. Wamuji Omudin, you go explain, Taya. So let's get it on now. Bank of Ghana didn't breach procurement laws in $250 million headquarters project, says Addison. So the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, has emphatically stated that the institution did not breach any procurement laws in its pursuit of building a new headquarters for the central bank. Bank of Ghana so musi a damn for headquarters for no and now yesisi come $250 million. And now a year open new Bank of Ghana no Dr. Ernest Addison no din chichima ba say womun breach procurement laws bia womun bumre bia so bibia dana kwemu explain tire. Still on Bank of Ghana, new BOG head office wouldn't have been a priority project today, says Governor. The governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, has explained that the decision to construct a new head office building reportedly at a cost of $250 million preceded the current economic crisis. You guys explain, Taya. Obe chichimsa obe bre ade no chirichirimu no chirimsa na obre wasi echesenka enepa enese ne nyama si tie wa Ghana hanum si na nke koba se nkomu enkosi dan foforo pa enka da bi nkenya ade a enkomba yeso mo ba be si ye sa headquarters foforo wasi o edan ne de wo mo yeso mba si no be ye enfie miensa o. In fact, in Fasobia, Omenya Bia, no matica crack to Honum say, and Fasobia, Omenya Bia, no matica crack to us, saying, Tita say, a Yesika, wanted to Honma, in Fiabemi and Sacra, and yet, and Napa, send your Ghana economic crisis, just a near a cheaper now, Casabia, and Gomun Concosi Sadawa. Dr. Addison said, Debbie, and Kenyadian Combe. You go explain, Taya. $60 billion Ghana cedis loss will not negatively impact our operations. Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Addison, was in and saying some about to $60 billion Ghana cedis. So the governor of the Bank of Ghana, BOG, Dr. Ernest Addison, has assured that the bank's operations will not be negatively affected as a result of its losses in 2022. Now, the Bank of Ghana, in its annual report and financial statement, reviewed that it recorded a loss of 60.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2022. Was this a loss ya abe enya dia abe affected Bank of Ghana? Dr. Addison, still explaining. Central banks don't exist for profit. BOG governor. Dr. Addison said Bank of Ghana or central banks just a yemfaso intiniye yemfaso intiniye. Still on Bank of Ghana and says minority notifies police and set to protest on September 5 against BOG governor and deputies. The minority in parliament will on Tuesday, September 5, organize a demonstration against the Bank of Ghana governor, Dr. Ernest Addison, and his two deputies. It will be done in collaboration with civil society organizations, progressive forces, and other well-meaning Ghanaians. Yom Kuma and Diababa to Jomsi, Ayabosumi, September, Neda Tosu Num, Omobabe or Yachire Chinchink, Tesombabe or Yachire Cassia Power. Our Ghana Hanum saying Eddie Tia, Dr. Ernest Addison, one in two deputies on more Bank of Ghana, and Yaman Koye, Don Kumano, almost say one other civil society organizations, progressive forces, and they a man for Bibre, one with your Mubabe Jim, or Yachire Bosumi September, and that was Num, Etia, Bank of Ghana, penny for. BOG issues becoming albatross around neck of NPP and government. They must explain things better, says Bempa. A deputy director of communications of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Ernest Owusu-Bempah, has charged the Bank of Ghana, BOG, to provide a detailed and better explanation of the issues surrounding the new headquarters that it is building and also the 60.8 billion Ghana cedis loss it incurred last year. In the view of Mr. Owusu-Bempah, these issues are becoming a major headache for the government, especially its communicators. Hence, the need for the central bank to explain in layman's language the issues that are happening. You go to explain, Taya. Just say, Owusu-Bempah, deputy director, Kasama New Patriotic Party. Or say, I didn't know, Aquaquomo, Adeswapa, Bank of Ghana says to me, as since one mu come, I say, one more communicators, one more chile, hey, you go to explain, Taya. So much chile, no abre, Ain't you see Bank of Ghana for one fan chirichimu will be Bia Ghana ni Bia Betiasie ye. One mama yana technical jargons Bia. Mamma yana brofu near Acacia na race contumry. Not as a some no more canasa near teacher and Tiasia. Moon Fambra from yes. I said Utiti in Seminum Brofuno, Mutitim Namunja and some to me can be to me Tiasia. I 7 years now Betiasia be. Aha. Na moke kan bom sa na brofo no bebre na race contumre ba ne sa no a yentimi ntiase ya ye wo fom no no mo su communicators wo mo bre wo mo ba ne sa tese o mutimi chirechire mu a no ma bre o mu chire mu a man for still ntiase because no evidence. You could explain, Taya. In some way, the News Online portal said, "Na no pay minimum che." And send idea the one cutter and any musem no so dia bremo. The Bank of Ghana send some no dey say, "Hey, Uburuja, Omaji baby ah." Away from Bank of Ghana, let's get on to some other issues now. Anodompre denies ordering destruction of Japan's billboards. Frank Anodompre, the member of parliament for Nsoma Dweji, has refuted allegations of being involved in the destruction of billboards and artworks linked to Kennedy Japan, a flag bearer aspirant of the New Patriotic Party (NPP). Enti mrasebe jeno jama ye Nsoma Dweji, Honorable Frank Anodompre and Odin Chichimu edi aba tudwa what can say amanfo bi mo keka say oh wo ma say ye ora Kennedy Japan ne billboards ene ne artwork bi na wo mo de wo mo satnet no no so no say enye ne kore won ka so bia anko say ye ora Kennedy Japan billboards bia nti mo keka kasa ni na wo say won pesa mo nya sa no nye bibia sa. 2022 WASI results are the best of the last 8 years, says Akufo-Addo. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is touting Ghana's performance in the 2022 West African Senior Secondary Certificate Examination, WASI, as a vindication of his government's implementation of key interventions in the educational sector. Addressing the speech and prize day of the King Girls Senior High in the Western North region, the president reiterated that last year's WASI results remain the best Ghana has attained since the introduction of the free senior high school program. Yeah, fans. WASI results by say Osha and Fieben watching ye we best. They say we ninia edimu pa. And Kodan we a conkain. We say yes, well boy Juma a fan of education now buying and your mom with the Google Aquemu and Nuntin Kodan to me try and so no sano. Come on, you may come account, but do they, Mammy Vinci? Asante Hini distills 3 cheese in a fortnight, and residents react. The recent spate of distillment of chiefs by the Asantino 247 the second has got residents talk now. The latest to lose its authority is the Ebuontem Hini Nanakwe Kudia III, who was distilled on Monday, August 21. 247 take a course so I can't hope you and Joy. Or Hini Anana a tosso be and son, we tuna dear so Nanakwe Kudia, what tosso me and son, yen and anaye. Take a course you tuna dear so. And the baby who come on a residence in the Biswas, I say, Casafa house, hey, and send ye, and share, I feel call a year, none and unwinina, you two, my dear Sue. Need 100.9 Ghana Montier Sunye, and some way you go our online portals no, and ye go aquino. And check the Boncratano, making Kenny some Sukakradia Mammo. Yeah, fast like I say from my PCFMonline.com, other major online portals here, Dorma say. Me boo, me ba.
And some quote to call Bata, as soon as I don't change my job, as some Ghana Montier, my dear so, a neat.
No, the old Rian Hobo will be a Punonosano. You already got 2 neat FM.
Okay, so the one cratanos with him, Semano pay, and fair and go aquemo and famamo. Yes, I see a daily graphic, the Bocratano, a daily honum saying was the Presbyterian Church expresses concern about state of country. Says here, a year Presby, I should know, was says, a Niama, said Niama Seco, my Hanum Sinu dear, almost so or much from my dream after home. Na expediting national development, all must champion common goal, Fifi Kwete, the General Secretary ma National Democratic Congress. Nifoni da hodum saying what can say yena yemfa yehunjim na yemwa na yen champion the common goal Emma or my Ghana. Use all 1,500 centers for voters registration exercise. Electoral Commission one can say 1,500 centers for voters registration exercise. And a man for Madrid said one more aim making sure some be soon support for government in 2022 due to crisis BOG and Chichima Bank of Ghana and Ra one year central from Shimu one more say one more saw a say 2020 and 2022 na nina was because of a crisis na ye nemu enunti and almost saw a aban as say daybreak the Bokratano BOG Boss Defense Headquarters Project. No procurement law was broken. BOG, and Sensemiya, and also Edda, daybreak, the Bokratano, anyone I'm saying. The find that the Bokratano say cost of new headquarters not bloated. 2,068 per square kilometer is competitive. BOG. And also this anchi made by Nina for a Bank of Ghana, a dime for fra, womu see Ababe and Commodity Breno, or much say, Omo mu a year embrasu, and ya dear a year si canon sono, a doswana, a bia, a year bloated. The Daily Statesman, there, Bokratano, we are poised for credible polls. NPP assures aspiring presidential candidate to say, Bibia than Aquemu, NPP fortunate in she share, I want me to go Aquemu. One more special delegate conquerors, one more Babaya na conference on Babaya, one more Edibaba Sonny and Pennyfua, one person to Franca, Edima a party no, Edikujina a enum and Huasem, and then also that a Daily Statesman. And the Daily Guide, Bokratano, was 60 billion Ghana cedis was a technical loss. BOG fights back. Bank of Ghana for and Omochi Chim say a car one boy 60 billion Ghana cedis. Ya two yanu edisio mosono, Omoche say a technical loss. Daily Guide, the Bokrata, and the Denim. Yanko Yankofa, you don't see a cassia, Chi, you better bani about Twasso, no see a cassiabo.
Abo nonsia peace 104.3 FM Sonia de Shemaima Yamamunya na che ensema hodo a yaboa no omaimu ene amahoro so ena anope yesi enkonwa ede besomo kasiebo yi etwa ne ho ede afa hello 101.5 ewo dum kumase yebepiemu ewo nkran ya eye okay 101.7 neat 100.9 your ship house ewo Abeka Junction Ghana hani amano ni radio stations ahodo pi ena womo akabo mo fa kaseboy ato apeti wiase ama omanfo pepiankoma enye bi etie anopense mo yede ebeso mo no ne edi akotene ewo mu ebini se Edom kuma won mahye bedwafie de krata abia ba sa krata na ye krata wo matro e de akoma aprosifo se wo monhwe na nyame ya adoma September bosome na yesimu a ne da to sunum wo mo kwan ma wo mo enti atwea e wo Bank of Ghana ensensem ehun Majority Chief Whip was science regime Rashibedwani ede adesadia ato Yeraken or hene e Japan the campaign team wenim eso ni bibi boni bia etiano into osere moada wo mani din enna Adenta District Court so ashe abrantie bia wo ye level 100 biomedical student at University of Ghana say wo gina emra no e de so boabo ne se wakokum Frank Kofi Osei say asem no ya pagya musiem fanko High Court na wo mo entoa ni die no eso sanso ene mfie donko no abamuwa ya wo no adwuma wo ya ye ka wo horo Wachese wakwakowia will be 976 Ghana cedis. Enti no so koto ashe si emfano nkotum emfie porepore edu ensom. Amanone ensemu nso no atodwa ese Ethiopia dihye bia womo yese womo efa Yemen Saudi Arabia hyeso na chese womo akope ra from adidibia ya dane etuomu ede agu womo so amanipa bebre enemo ahwere womo enkwan ebusia we ni senka ya hodo ena no pa ya bobo ni nyina no asinkonwa ede besomo ya de asire ni kabia emma Suzy Herbal Center what the CB men capsules CB women capsules CB soap or the tayechi dependable herbal home the adum Quay Plus capsules and in a mixture adum PAWay capsules and in a mixture and adum malake woman de tie cheap JA Buying Company Limited the bind stain remover any new bind 20 disinfectant and so boying Kivo hot pepper etritria levels natural capsules so one more etayechi and onga soya bean protein chunks woman so boy we woman sin chenya this way chocolate drink and paid you here a yin sushi and you may quite aroma and a wobo chidom ma yadekase bono abamidin at the mame biama kwafo afensem no eni Edom kuma umra shibe dwafia atrakata enanu ya ede akwakoma Ghana prosi empanyimfo eye nra enom de krata yi ebaye na krata no mu ensem ni nyina ene se krata anasa enamo tu ahodo bi a Bank of Ghana etu ya enko mu yie enye wo mu de ena nam soma wo mu etu sa anamon na wo so mu dikan eyi prosifo asotere ansa na anamon wo mu 20 wo mu gina Ghana ye Public Order Act 1994 no so Act 491 sections 1 2 and 3 so en wo mu de etu prosifo enim se wo mu srada edom kuma wo ma hye bedwafie wo mu ne civil society organizations ene progressive forces ena Ghana ni bia wo dwena o man Ghana nkan kro eho ka bomu na wo mu ati atua nyame ya adomo a September bosom da to so enum ena atuate no mpese wo mo de hyehyɛ so na botai titire da atuate achi nyina ene se wo mo kyerɛ mu a efiri fiempim mienu ene aduonu baako eto mu abesi fiempim mienu ene aduonu emienu enkrata mu ni hwehwemu ahodo akoso no kyerɛ se Ghana isika krabia Bartime Bank of Ghana printing sikapudo 80 billion Ghana cedis de mama mpanyina na adodankwa ekufuado ene na bedi eche Dr. Mahmoud Baumia wo mo aban yes ana mo 20 nam so ama Ghana ye inflation no ehwiri ko 54.1% December 2022 bosome no emum na o chere sa ana mo yi a Bank of Ghana etu ye no eno na ama Ghana sese ehwiewie samwako ene edu o se mfiempim mienu ene aduonu mienu afenu mo nko ano Ghana for empema hangotwe aduonum 850,000 ena ekogu ohia buruburo mu ana kyese wo mo wo ho atacha wo mo hunu ba bia wo mo fo mo abrabo emfa na esanse wo mo nsoso Ghana for ana musifo ntino wo mo ntimi ntena se enya hwe ha na saade na akoso no yade bia ha dwene yie na wo mo tia esanse ye kwambone a aban na efa so ne Bank of Ghana eye kanana a kyese wo mo tu yi a amwa kwan bia so amenne ekatwitwiri die ena ababesen omayi ekomu ene ho ahokere ya Ghana for FM etu wo mo fa san kwan so na wo mo de ato Bank of Ghana amrado oda ano enye ono nko a na be de akirefo mienu ena afa directors wo mo da bank no anu nyina esenia 2022 annual report na financial statement efa bank no ho eba beto dwa no wo mo srada atuate no wo mo tse edi atia sampanyifo yi sene ebe ya wo mo do madwuma ebeto no mo na wo mo kire se ba bi ada no eye September abosu da to sunum wo mo nyina betwasia eye omayi mrahye efie animo ho no mo a no mo hyiam ewo mrahye bedwa fie ho no mo a wo mo betu atene akwakofa osu cemetery traffic light no ase na wo mo do mani a kire Ministry of Finance wo mo fi ho no mo a na afo mo de mani a kire High Court Complex ho no ma fa Kimbu na wo mo aba be pie mo mokola na afi Rollins Park nso wo mo nie na wo mo na mu akopie mo Opera Square na afo mo de nkakran akwakopie mo ewo Bank of Ghana na nyame ya dum no mo kopie mo ewo Bank of Ghana ho no mo a eho na wo mo bebo mpempe ene ode ntuma akokwa abo ne ti di abo de ode abo ne nsa di abo de ode abo ne yam di abo de ode afura nso wo de afura na kyese wo mpese wo kyese wo mani abre ko pa ni nyina ne se Bank of Ghana amrado panyini na bedi akirefo mienu any board of directors wo da bank no no nyina obi amfa na adwuma ento no mo esanse efrimre santini a wo mo beso adwuma mo eyeye no wo mo ammoa oman kwan bia so nti wo mo sere Ghana prosifo se sa krata ye wo mo de abai wo mo ensom emfa emma won na nyame ya adoma September bosom de to so enum wo mo kote sa etua no krata yi honorable Dr. Kesel Atofosen a oye minority leader ena nensa ehye ase Majority Chief Web Science or the Jim Rashebedjene, Honorable Frank Anodompre and Wode Etso Yera Ken or Hene Akompreko e Japan. Ne campaign team Wamo Ebuano se Mfimpimi no any adunine. Ubetimi abetu Franka Ediama NPP ama Yukono. Ese Kwambia woman edene faso no okasene niche hwa na womo ebua. Womo adwene nyina ne se bi ono no wompe owura Kennedy Japan yi onyaya achesenka onde nko afiri race no mukura ezo ye hwehwenye no se da bi. Mokana sa na mo ne mani ne yie kra eti bro ne sentwefo etwetwe komo na Yura Frank Anodompre echechire mu ese sa so bo mo de bo ni nyina enya de a nokure bia ewom nokure ba kokore no so ono no ye Yura Kennedy ohene e Japan ne posters anase ne billboards a woman sisi amano no wono akwakọ wiire akodwira guo sanso akoyi afiri woni ehun kro oso wono wonte sa entwato so ene ye de to ne so
already or the Eric or America you in Japan and down for pan or so be amano na Eric ni mo be a friend Ricky no one swam it's Ricky names or catch from set that you will be a one a year pint me and come far get and compohano so mo sheli wura na mo ko hu obi a friend August and August ni Jomuska ska no mo bobo ska be bi obi say 900 obi say 1000 and I'm there na ko boss abi na be dey just say August no Jomuska no August no crowd no sa that dey ni that dey ni Kobe Creative Limited for the into Kobe phone who say ade na ko bo no say ye ni mo hwe wa na ma mo dey ade be bo and a Kobe Creative Advertising Company Echo why Yura Kennedy Japan artwork and only my money kunu amediti ka no pay na chese so obi akọ why me billboard ya so pass e won so mo de enye obi a dance eyeme ya bre di ejira ne kunya copy number the first time kwame me kasa me friend na no say oh Mr. Don Brebrim say asem we anti na ofre me no kwai wo mu ni say eyeme a na me ma yi ade no na Yura hine Japan nkrofo afre me mama ka cho mo say ade ne ya me de
na Honorable Frank Anodompre amananso no mo a na woche so no oni bibia etia Honorable Kenohene e Japan na muntu a wotu se obabetu Franka ama NPP ama Yukono na wofaso edito ne campaign team no anim ese wosere wo a wo mfa obu ne anidie emma no se ono se bio ewiase obia bebia obia pe na ode ne ho ekobo enti so de ne ho akwakobo Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia mamo me ha no kra na womunso so enkoso a empre onim se nyame ya adomu a ne yesefata no ne nsa ebeka
menim ade no hwe menuso no memfa koti kwan so enkonko sei obi ade odisika ade akwakobo ho enti me pamu chew Yura ohine Japan ni campaign team omoma medin enda kakra seven previous ye elections aye kwakoyi efie akonya na ato na efie contest ni ye ye de sika ntwitwa ye hu nyina wia ye be wia se no na ye tamfo ye ndc fo na ye angaza ya ku ye hu deda enti so mo hwa the other time okubeka asa presidential nsensem no me kasa me body language and bibia no bibia potokasa diplomatic because nanka me sumeti na kan bia che sebsebe asma America no sebsebe anyo no hwe me Iro in age of anyo no hwe me kan me sumeti na kan bia che no but two wrongs will not make a right. And also as a whip in parliament, one of my duties is to bring the entire MPs together. And it is all Kekevich and then I stand here for that's all to me friend. So on Brambet to our it's me for a quite passo, a camas, said yes, we come. And on one so yeah, and checks said, as some infinite what I buy.
We Honorable Frank Anodompre Yura and I say in Century Emmanuel Akoli. Ena ebuan semiano ebaye yenkokoto ensem emwen Adenta District Court 1 ya ononyamfo her ladyship Lucy Adade eda ano anasotie dwemu ahyese ababawa Safina Mohammed Adizatu oye level 100 biomedical student ewo University of Ghana say ugina court anim ne nyina efa abrante bi ono so enya emfinhia eduasa enso 37 years a oye Canada ni anaza Ghana ni ote Canada memu Frank Kofi ese saa senie no omo empejamo emfanko high court free September bosom de to so edu enwoche ewa fimu na saa nsemi a he wash Bishop Lucy Adade edi to dwa ne nyina kofa bai ene se aban ne ekwa dubofo ya wo aban lawyer panyine asoye nana ama edinkra edi adanse ahodo bi bai ye de di pefe se so boy de ebo sa nipa yi no no kretrodo na sa adanse no eye enkraman chen mako akese enum eno da nkyɛn a enkawa tuntun bi eno so eka ho padlocks mako edu afa sellotapes ena gloves yɛde hye yɛnsa bi knives kamoa miɛnsa ene nneɛma hodoɔ pii a wɔn de afa emfidie mu a yehu sɛ ababaawa Safina Mohammed Adizatu no ne nsa ho asensode ɛwɔ ho ɛne die ne ahodo mu yɛ nyinaa ɛda di pefe sɛ ababaawa no okuta saa nneɛma no ɛna odidi abrante no ɛwu na ɛwɔ July ɛyɛ ne fie yɛ ɛwɔ Asalibotwe July bosom na neto so aduonu ensia emfie mpimienu ɛne aduonu emienu emu na Peace FM yɛnsentwene ama moakoa Ojampa ya wɔno ɛkɔ koto no mo ene abrante Bismarck Sechi ya ne nua ene abrante ya yekun ne Frank Kofisei anasa ne wofase eno no ene ode etu dwa se ono ne gina abusua na namu ekasa ye kire oyawo abusua no efam abenidi a wo mo efam ne ade etie bisa no se ne koto no so akan na gina koto no asi si emfa asem no ekopiem ewo high court no abusua ne gine san
kasa abusua no ye wawe home de but na de asi no ama judicial system no abusua na ni agye wo mu huye ebi se wo hwe se de asem ni siye ye de be dan court ye te mla sinti embase ye de mla be hye yensem ye de be dan court na court so edi akila enne ye de Safina court du nyina abono na wo hwe no ma police fo susu se eno no odidi me wo fa no frank wo se na wu na in fact se mu nyina be di adanse se wo court wo ne nyina me ne nua ba na abusuafo a wo ba obi esu na ya asefe because wo hwe sekan a wo yiye nkraman chen ene no ma moa sam trafo mu de mani hu ye areho na de me ya ne se me wo fa no wo hwa o fa ye mu pa de ye pa ansana oto na nanu on sama se ba de be kan nyina ne se oja bibia menyame ye sre se 18th September na enko high court na abaya no yenkobusa busa ne nsem nti ye sre se de district court na ya mai saa so ne nim se magistrate court no so high court no so ebeye amaye
It's way abrante ase wonya be bi ko Frank Kofisei ne wo fase Bismarck Sechi na otese yenua amamu akwa Ojampa ene ne twen komo no na court ase ne ba akwa no so to aso a ayem hye kakra ene se abrante bi ono so kono manfie dunkono aba mu wa ya wo horo ka wo ya hyese emfa no koto afiase emfinhia porepore edunson boni a waye ne se okotware maami bi ekwan mu ekoje ne bag e de sekan san wo no eka ho oje bag no na odudwane ekokoteye ento owiwe mu na chese sika 976 Ghana cedis ena ewo mu eti abrante Christopher Amole bride no kopie mu ewo court no ena oje tu mu se ai wafom pa na mmom no osan de ne nsato ne nsa yempa court ne chew so mo mfa nche no esanse wonu ne ho ewo de oyeye no ho de no ena court kire se maami ya ode sekan ewo no ba bia oda no emu eden pa enti court adwemche ne he honor afia osua apia eti adwemu ehye emfa branti nkoto afiase emfie porepore edu enson na wonsa nya adwumaden emfa empiso na bra court ede atemue eba no na wo mu chechiremu ese wo mahwe nsam no yedi mu akote nyina wo mu eso ani nyina ede agunsani ni asone sone so enchiremu ahodo a ebaaye abrante no so sede wasi anu ne ho afa boni a oyeye no eno enenam so ema wo mu de saa so twe ti sei ema no na ansa na wo mu ede atemu no ebetu dwa no lawyer ni ba ku bia no wo court ho no mu a wo so no wo ye court no adamfo wo de chopa ema court se betumi a anka so twe no wo mu ente so kakra wo mu ma na asotwe a ebetimi de na kwa afiase na akwakosesa no na wasan ba beka abusua ho na wenum nyina ebeto odwa ewie no Christopher Amolei ya wono ne de so boabo no a yaseso onkoda afiase no wo chirechire mu kire court se wonim de kodi epia no ema ne tu saa anamo no na kwadubofo Inspector Wisdom Alowu wo chirechire nsemu de akire court no chese August bosumi wo me da ne to so enkuno ya ena sakoma no prosifo nipa bi efre wo se wo mmra enwumre bese no miensa empa mumu na kromfo bi de sekan awo bi ama mekita nipa no waje ede adwane ene niam ahodo bi na Inspector Alowu echeche mu kire court no se wo mote ye no wo ma na sokora na prosifo timirika ekoye ya Inspector Frank Sampana wona na edi wo mo anim a wo mo koye nti wo mo koye no mo hunu se Ababa Adiza Tinoga ya ono ekunu ene de asemi ebeto prosifo enem Hisham Seidu woda mojata na mu pa enti ene ye wo mu dimirika ene wo tam de ne ko CNG hospital ya wo chese wo mo de ko ayere sabia no na chese Dr. Fogu no so a wo mo ehwe no enti wo mo wie sa pe no mo yese da bi comfort sa no onko achiri enti wo mbebo mpempe wo mo hwe ya Christopher Amolei wakwa akote ba bi kude na ene prosifo emo ano se ya na ene wo de no ko wo mo akache do mo hwe bag ekita no mu no na peso ewo mu e na afi nso no e ma bag ekita no sika ewo sika ya boso ewo mu ene niam ahodo bi ye ma ho niam e na ewo mu na kwadubofo eto aso e de tudwa kire mu se aprosifo amananso no mo a wo mo de hwehwemu no eto aso ekọ ni fie abamu wa ni fie ekọ hwehwe ho mo ko anu mo ko hu se bucha force kan bi eda ne garden mu na kwadubofo ekire se ebra wo mkopie mu ewo CNG ayaresabia ho no ba bia wo de maame akwakoto a wo gya ayarehwe no na se ayaresabia no so gu ahobo aso a wo mo pagya no ede na kokolebu ayaresabia mu akoto ayarehwe se sanse ba bia no oda na se oda nkwa ene owuo enkwanta na kwadubofo ekire se abrante no akasa enum ton ena oje ne mfom so etu mu enu nteno judge so egina so ehye se yemfa no koto afiase emfie porepore edunson no nsanya adwumaden emfa MP so yenua ba Philippa Atanga ene bo ansemia no eba ebusuafo wotie kasebo wo peace
so wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se woye na se woyam so atim so
wo be pack na farmer Martin's liver salt tetira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Amen. Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Ben and America, China, Ghana, any African penny for Bonabasso say.
Amen Scientific Hospital. Hey, I am Sabia. A one for Demo Maso, the old Gasua, a chow yadiano. That sounds so yadi.
I'm the expert. The check chronic. One num. I want to phone your nurse for what's and more for any pain.
Amen Scientific. And never grow with the homeopathy, natural party, and reflexology now. A tia dias.
To make up your real estate. Amen Scientific. Now, in short, the Ghana Fonia Butcher Food Adia Dancian.
Accra, Amen Scientific Herbal. I will domain. Oban's next lab, and Lashibi, Lagon, Aberashana Road, and Habitwa.
I'm on Kabatabu Eduno. It's a Fernando Sino Chadia Bengu 0245 275254. 505. Amen Scientific Herbal and also.
The Mocha Chief Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Skywell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media keka home. We are a good warranty dear. Of Freddy's Corner Home Appliances will commemorate CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, new business at anywhere in the world. CCTV need the home. Detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector, ultimate connector my phone. Our monitor baby CBR. Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or Tom phones and a home accessories no. From 0544 959195 and now 02079373323 and now so Boko Komemle satellite in Chehwa. Now you can discount any achadia. Freddy's Corner, home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
Abusafo ye kowie kasebo no ewo amanone ensem emu na kra manebo a ababeto dwa ene se Ethiopia adehye bebre ya womo ede omani akire Yemen ene Saudi Arabia ahye so se womo ekope ra from badidibia ya bo mu nyina tu akum sa nipai na sa enipai bi ni BBC sentwefo atwetwe enkomo ama wodi tu dwa kire mu ese wo hwe se de esi gya etuomu egu wo mu so ase ensuo eto ensuo eto na egu wo so nje se say non stop eni jegu wo so nipa bebre ena wo mu edededa emiaya hodo a yakum wo nyina efri atasefo asase eso na migrants no baako ene BBC zedwefo dwetwe nkomo no che se ne wo mu ade wo mani ahunu de wo mu afamu no che se wo mu ho adwiri wo mu ama wo mu sunsun krati wo mu no efiri wo mu na enye mema nko a emma enkoda wo mu nyina yesani etuo mu ade agu wo mu so ewo saa boda no eso ho no mu a wo mu se ne akoso ne yade bia eye eni enyan ye wo se wiase nyina ekasa etia na wo cheso ono no group ano wo mu no na wo mu ye enipa makoma ko be se aduanan num 45 wo mu nyinara yedani etuomu edigu wo mo eso a saa die ebisiye July bosome no mu mfempim bienu ene aduonum emienu na wo che saa Yemen ne Saudi Arabia saa hye no so ho no entokwa wo ho dada eho nwukra ene saa nkrofo nso se wo mo befa ho no mo akwama ya hodo so akwakobo bra ne ade na afi emu akwakoye enyan pa eto mo kyesa abosome miensa kwanto mo si wo mo ni se wo mo etu no akoye asefemsem akoye agyaadwotwa akoye ekom ana eku wo mo enya semketo a wo nyina ye Ethiopia de hye ya wo mo fa sa boda ne so akwakope brabi abo na video bi a kire efiri mu eba ye nso kura de na kyese ne sa Mustafa yi woni BBC twefo dwetwe nko no wa mfa no hotototo ne nan ye dane atuomu digu ne nan ema kyese ne nan no kura no ye twa so ama baabi ono kura woda no den papa eto kyeremu ono de ne ti yeyi ema esa de ne ko Ethiopia mamu ema okoka abusua ho a on de agya woda so ete ase na mu ni nuanom nkae a wono mo ekoye ne ade ne de omu nyina krananana we abusuafo kasebo no esi ensama eto dwa no de edi mu akote bi ne se edom kuma wo mra hye bedwafie e de krata akwa prosifo se prosifo emo mo kwan na nyame ya adom a September bosome a yebekọ akosi mu no ne de to so enum wo mo ntie atua emfantia Bank of Ghana ekwanbone a wo mo nam so print sika 80 billion Ghana cedis e de mama mpanyin na Danko Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aban ene ntika ho bi ama Ghana ewiwi ensamoako ene edu midi edemame biama kwafo yemfa seda ene kabia emma Suzy Herbal Center what the CB men capsules a yemme droson kwa bema unye binom eboye pa ma timi dwunso yie ma obema no sabio dwunso na bi mu hyehye dwunso na bi a bi akamu emu achemienu o chencheme ne ade mayie ma onsanka CB men capsules beboa wo yie pa CB women capsules so ye medroson kwa no so boa siesie ma ofichi ko ho nsem ne ohaw nyina eto twa esiesie ahemfo kama esan de maw CB soap ye de pedicure etwi 19 obi a 19 papai obi asebe 19 ye wiriche dendenden nwonwan no ma onsanka CB soap ne fatwi ho no mo na eho be ya akono tontontom kama ma wo de to chawchaw mu ayakono ba bi eto no bia okwa Suzy Herbal Center wo munrei obenye bi ato upe bi ato afre 0247 111671 and 0246578750 dependable herbal home wo de adum plus capsules and mixture no koko set ebitu ase amwade wo ho adum away mixture and the capsules so obi a waposo no waposo eye oya say you kotodwe say eye wabeti waposo say ba bia ye wapo bia say hotutu ehoya oya ma wonsa enka adum away mixture and the capsules obi a wachi bremu wachi dompe eye oya pa no ma wonsa enka bi eno da nche osisi ene eye oya na oya obi a hotutu ewo so rheumatism ma wonsa enka bi adom malake eno so yedi to malaria asekrakra efri nipadua no mo 0242 223-555. Baby a ton rubia okwa ubenye be ato. JA Binding Company Limited in Sunni. One a bind stain remover, any new bind 20 aba disinfectant aba. A2 fiance e moa A2 omo senke kanwa akeka yen terrazzo floors, terrazzo walls, floor tiles, any wall tiles, wash basins, water closets, so any adinyina no. Eyi sanke kanwa ni nyina e de fi ho no mo amefi ho te se nwan. Aduane to from crowd betimi afa di ama na ye. Ai moa nketenkete ntimi fi ani ehuna wo mu di enya ni nyina ebeyi wo mo fi ho no mo etu wo mo ase amefie tena ayakono ebesan janka hwehwe sham amwankasa watu hu say yes wapepa ufie ama ufie ahunidie afa ne ntoma pa efra Melcom China Mall Shoprite Game Dreambell okwa openye bi ato upebi eto ato afre 0243104883 and 0541808096 Kivo Hot Pepper Mokosho mekwa ede yade na nso ede papa wo de aduane a wotenka say yes mekonie ai wo mu kama ejimenu aduane ben na wo ye enkwan ben na wo ye froye ben na wo ye noodles na wo ye spaghetti anase shito froye akatoa froye nyaado afroye ntosi froye kontomre die beans die anase froye suo ben na wo ye froye bia ni ho a wo ye a wo mfa mekohu misrew enya afi na wo be ha ho akotete mekwa ma nseti abehyewo Kivo Hot Pepper we already made meko ayaye de amawo a ede na esan so ehyehyepa enkwan so ben na wo ye etimisrem o chobafo mo ammo pretty restaurant mo ammo no anuane sisi kwan ho ne ade eni mo ammo no anuane wo schools mo ma mo sanka Kivo Hot Pepper mo ko show ebeboa mo yie pa Levels natural capsules so ye dro sonko eboa mema yie papa we ye be ma na sexual performance e wo form wo premature ejaculation sexual weakness eni ho kro ne ba we dra ene Levels natural capsules wo sisi eta ye oya ma nsanka bi eyema emma so ba se watenka e wo mpem article form no ma nsanka Levels natural capsules no so betimi aboa wo yie pa upebi ato akori patch ventures o kanshi e na Colinac Herbal Kumase frɛ wɔn e wo 0599 056 033 and 0599670409 Onga soya bean protein chunks Mama's helping hand back on so enono na onga soya bean protein chunks ayeka ho asemi no ane se obeto na wasoki ne kakra bi na wachi jollof na wo ye fa bigum fried rice fabigum noodles na oye fabigum stew fabigum na obawia mo wanka so hu say yes what aduane de papa ye kama esanse we no protein ewomu omega 3 ewomu iron ewomu enafin so no naturally nankasan eye cholesterol free enti ma wonsanka bi na oni abusuani nyina no monte aduane de usokia na wachi FDA agiatum this way chocolate so she nyumekoya daroma
kunu no ya owia no ho boko abie puno no sa no ya odi kwatutu Neat FM
Utie oha echi ponk no Neat FM
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water
feel different, think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu wo hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, yes, or no pan on yenum. Ye bishop free gymnum no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve womo. Ye did really a pebibia bogu yad yasua. This way chocolate drink in yenum. And at this one, what's yanua? Has such a wom, cocoa wom, brick wom, bibia wom, I don't hear any so
this way chocolate drink.
You hear any so
FDA, I just said you didn't crack to more to say a ye.
Utie oha exi ponkno needs FM.
At the work of Fiaman Woman so ejiji tonton sansan e wo need 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tawansa Amaya se Kasia Waje
Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine Bo
Nita Fe
Mayentie Kasia Waje 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Have been more. Yes. Yeah. Let me give you an example. If you go to America and you win the US lottery, a billion, you take home about 600 million. Yes. Check.
That's about 400 million.
Exactly. Why? Because it's free money and it's taxable. So 10%, they've been charitable to you. And I'm surprised as a youth, you are asking me about betting.
This is voice for the youth. This is voice on the street.
But look, I'll be honest with you. Betting is not anything good for your future. That is why it should be punitive to discourage the young men and women coming up to take their destiny into their...
What do you have to say?
A member of this community, Anya Zongo Keke, Efijase, Asokori, Susen, Adan, Jumapo, Nyami Krom, Apenkwa, Agavenya, Agogri, Pipeline, meet me Bubonia, Jumapo Fonina, Nesama Emedese, Baby Amabubonina, your representative Bako, out of Benyan. Na Mesre. Some message ni enko that ya da mo asese ya frame no my den mo ba na mo anka samudi mani aba den aba ho akwan no ya ti radio so ne ya ka obi fo se bia ye dwan no na ye se obi din But mo buy and mo be hu say kwan no. Wallahi kwan ne den enye. Mo se de kan se brand se na nam so no. Zongo market kwan na ye jegu aye basa no. Ye be ye die wo kroma no mti a ye hia common road o ma yen. Na fe be bia kwan ne ye deda no. O na de asphalt gu so. Se de be ye amanfo be kroma ye fo so kofo di efe. Aboa Messi, Oti house enye kofodua. Kofodua no ni zongo apenkwa simpom yensa afijase. Anu ni kofodua no. Monica sa. Enye ministries na kofodua. Enye residency kwa na kofodua. Na residency kwa do on my bridge na on come here 3 years a month. I said Minister ni fie na nim kwa hu atutu. Mr. Mo demonstration we yaba mo mu bi every month baako. Kosisi o madwin Baba ye kwan so. Monica sir. Ya won say o mada. And no mo drum enum kan say mo radio so. But so obi ma uska say na ba. Obi ti olori fan say na ba. Me say mo denti na mo ba. And I was hoping to do this demonstration with just 5 people. And to notify the world that we are doing a demonstration 5 people. And the numbers I'm seeing, I'm okay. And you know what? The political elite decided to pay people not to even carry our stories as media houses. We know. We also got stories where people were inciting some thugs to infiltrate and cause mayhem. We know. But the good news is that God knows best. I've prayed to God and asked God that, listen, if it's your will, let this happen and happen peacefully. And this is the most successful demonstration we have ever seen in Australia. Success does not come in numbers. Success comes with the quality of message that goes out. Who listens to the message? Who sends the message? That is what we have achieved. The message is, our roads are bad. Have we been able to communicate it effectively? Yes. Who talked? Not just me. Representative from the various communities have spoken. That is success. Not just having party bigwigs from some cortesans who will be pushing our agenda. So whoever gives a narrative that there's a failure should call himself a failure for not even being here.
One tin of milk is 9 cedis 50 pesos. I'm talking to leaders. Sit down and think. The foolish electorates which you used to give torchlights and cutlasses are over. These are now a discerning group of people. In the next election, when Ghanaians vote against this government, it is not because they like the other one, but they want to make a statement to this one. As I finish, I want to tell the people who work in department agencies and ministries. It is not everything that is government. And then when I speak about the agencies, departments, and ministries, I'm speaking to you who sits here. We are civil servants and public servants. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was screaming her lungs out. Honorable Minister, you did well, but let me tell you that corruption started before you became a minister. Your job was to stop it. Screaming alone like I'm doing this morning cannot alone stop it. Decisions like the ones His Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II has been making since he took the throne, he has been able to remove and bestowed not less than 10 chiefs. That is leadership. Your Majesty, live long. That is leadership. We fire people, people go to jail. We don't care whether he is your party. Nonsense must stop. Nonsense must stop. The people of Ghana and the people of Africa deserves better.
These corrections, or these corrective actions, included the domestic debt exchange program, where the stock of Government of Ghana public sector debt was to be halved from 105% of GDP to 55% of GDP by 2028. The holders of government debt had their instruments exchanged for new ones with lower coupon payments and longer tenors. Despite the resulting losses incurred by households, banks, and other financial institutions, the threshold of 55% of GDP was not met. As part of the solution, the Minister of Finance wrote to the bank with a proposed treatment of a 50% haircut on Bank of Ghana's holdings of government's non-marketable debt. Naturally, the bank was concerned and fully aware of the implications of such a treatment on the books of the bank. We held several discussions with the Ministry of Finance, the government advisors on the debt exchange, that is Lazard, and the IMF on this treatment. At the request of the bank, the IMF sent a technical mission of central bank balance sheet experts to assist the Bank of Ghana to assess how the debt treatment would impact the bank's financial position and its ability to carry out its statutory mandate. The conclusion of that technical assistance mission was that the Bank of Ghana should be able to function effectively, that is, remain policy solvent, even after the imposition of such a haircut. The IMF placed a high premium on this particular debt scenario involving that Bank of Ghana, as that was the only scenario that was going to allow the government to meet the debt threshold that would allow Ghana's IMF program to proceed for board approval. The Bank of Ghana accepted this proposal on that basis, given how crucial it was to secure the fund-supported program and the benefits that would inure to the economy, as it would help to reset the economy and prevent a total collapse with much broader socio-economic implications. A Bank of Ghana board meeting was therefore arranged to get the board pass a resolution to this effect. The bank acted in good faith for the broader interest of Ghana's economy. The debt included all the legacy debts of Government of Ghana dating back to 1992, including the overdraft to 2022, overdraft to Cocoa Board, the COVID-19 bond, and even Bank of Ghana holdings of Telecom Malaysia bonds and the Tema Oil refinery bonds issued by government. As of 2015, the accumulated claims on government and Cocoa Board were about 13 billion Ghana cedis. The debt, therefore, is not about recent debt alone. Almost all lending from the IMF, including the external credit facility and rapid credit facility during the COVID-19 pandemic, and financial sector resolution bonds, have been presented in the recent discourse as Bank of Ghana lending to government. This is not factual. It is important to state that losses reported were technical losses arising from the haircut and the application of accounting standards, in particular IFRS 9, to estimate expected credit losses over the tenor of the government debt held by Bank of Ghana. It is not money lost by the Bank of Ghana through its operations in 2022. Rather, one should look at this as a reflection of the total cost of the economic and social crisis that the country has faced over the years, in an attempt to resolve a major structural problem of the Ghanaian economy. I must also add that if one takes time to go through the historical financial statements of the Bank of Ghana, you will realize that this is not the first time that the bank has gone into negative equity. During the early years of the structural adjustment, very large exchange rate depreciations led to revaluation losses that drove the bank into negative equity. Indeed, any time the economy faces major challenges, the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet suffers, and the equity position moves into negative territories. You will recall that in 2017 and 2018, the bank incurred similar negative equity from the impairment of legacy liquidity support loans granted in 2015 and 2016 to insolvent banks, which the external auditors impaired due to the doubtful prospects of recovering from those insolvent banks. The bank, however, recovered and generated profits throughout the period 2019 to 2021. It is worth noting that central banks are not commercial banks. Bank of Ghana's current financial condition would not negatively impact on the operations of the bank. The IMF Technical Assistance Mission validated this conclusion before the necessary decisions were taken. In their opinion, the Bank of Ghana was policy solvent and will remain so, as it had enough income to cover monetary policy operational costs. The Bank of Ghana had sufficient capital, amounting to about 15% of its total liabilities. Its recommendation was for the bank to retain all future profits, and a reassessment should be made in the year 2027. The bank will also manage to reduce its operational costs during this period. Ladies and gentlemen, in all these, the Bank of Ghana has acted within the applicable laws. It is not true that the Bank of Ghana has been providing financing for government every year. There has been zero financing in 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2021. The Bank of Ghana has only had to support in the pandemic year of 2020 and the crisis year of 2022. The Bank of Ghana Act, as amended, limits financing of the government to 5% of the previous year's tax revenue. This provision in the law has been adhered to since I took office in April 2017. Between 2017 and 2019, in addition to the requirements of the Act, the bank signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Finance to even impose a tighter restriction of zero central bank financing. And this was observed strictly, even though the MOUs were not legally binding. Between 2012 and 2015, the bank provided overdraft to finance government and Cocoa Board every year. And it was neither a pandemic or a global economic crisis. When Ghana was hit with the COVID-19 in 2020, Section 36 of the Bank of Ghana Act as amended was triggered, and as indicated earlier, the bank purchased the 10 billion cedis worth of the COVID-19 bonds to support the economy through the pandemic. This was done within the applicable laws governing the Bank of Ghana. When Section 36 of the Act as amended is triggered, it allows the Governor, the Minister of Finance, and the Controller and Accountant General to agree on a new limit of central bank financing. The law further says that the Minister of Finance will then have to inform Parliament, and the Minister has since informed Parliament as part of his briefing to update Parliament on the IMF program and the status of the domestic debt exchange. Let me also seize this opportunity to talk about an issue that has come up lately in the media and one which borders on our new head office building. While discussions on the national security issue, like the central bank building, is a sensitive one, I will provide you with a brief history of how this has evolved over the years. The Bank of Ghana, as far back as the 1990s, began the search for a suitable and secured land for a head office. In 2012, the bank was allocated an unnumbered 5.19-acre land at Accra Central by the Lands Commission, which also had issues. The bank did not have access to the land, since the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration refused to give the bank vacant possession on the grounds that they had never agreed to give up ownership of the land. The bank continued to search for suitable land for its head office throughout the period from 2013 to 2016. More recently, in 2018, the bank approached the State Insurance Corporation to acquire its vacant land at Ridge, near the Ridge Hospital. The government issued an executive instrument to allow the Bank of Ghana acquire that land, and SIC was duly compensated. The bank then began to plan the building of its new head office, taking into consideration the need to ensure that the building meets all the requirements of a modern central bank of international standards, similar to central bank head office buildings in Abuja and Dakar, and includes provision for data centers, currency processing centers, vaults, and other sensitive installations. It is not just a simple, ordinary building. Let me re-emphasize that the bank followed all the necessary public procurement processes in this endeavor. No procurement laws were broken. I have requested that a more detailed response to the issues raised in the public discourse on the bank's new head office be published on our website immediately after this press engagement today. The decision to commence construction was taken as far back as 2019, when the bank generated profits. Appropriations for the head office were made each year from profits made in 2019, 2020, and 2021. The project has therefore been going on for over 3 years. The DDEP only took place in January 2023. If we were to be taking the decision today, building a legacy head office would not have been a priority. However, this is a project that has been running for 3 years and about 50% complete. The bank is fully aware of its responsibilities to ensure that the costs do not escalate beyond reasonable levels, and that many of the original design features, including the data center, the currency processing center, ICT equipment, and specialized security features will have been deferred, and only gray boxes provided for future use to manage costs. Let me end by reassuring the public on the policy sovereignty of Bank of Ghana to achieve its statutory mandate going forward. Every central bank's credibility depends on its ability to achieve its mandate. These technical losses do not jeopardize that ability and are sometimes the price to pay for achieving those aims. It is important that we place the central bank's policy mandate above profits. We must recognize the special character of central banks and the role that they play in an economy. Central banks are institutions of policy, public policy, and do not exist for profits, but for national welfare, and as such, could have a negative equity position and continue to be policy effective. Very clear policies have been put in place to return to positive equity in the medium term. And as we do this, we will continue to rebuild our policy buffers to continue to provide the necessary assurance of policy support as we build a stronger and a more resilient and inclusive economy post-pandemic.
Dr. Ernest Addison of Bank of Ghana now to say well kasa wo hodum say need 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumedie sunu asiogoi mo akwa ba nebna August ne de to so aduonu mienu. So enra yen centrofon shiemu Bank of Ghana din chechiemu de bae so far say sema ba beto dwa a wo mudin epie wo mu. And I know Penino, our Bank of Ghana, the Central Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison or the Emunchechi Modi to Giano, ya boy in the Bidia Mamo. Yababe din command pay a chance here from KWASI ABOAGYE, men of Digimedio Chami, Cabana Mafon, so come home back in Kanya and Seminachi Mukama dia Mayan. And Chebekoya Internet in Senior Quaco and Semina Ichego, the various news online portals, those are stories making headlines. Yeah, no more betcha. And TCC a Bank of Ghana din chichima ba beto horum saying minority wamo ye chira wamo si wamo beye September ne de to so enum no wamo be koso aya na ana nchechemu a Bank of Ghana for the aba no CCI to asumo omo egitum ano pay be din komo ana ni openi ne be kan no bia no angela we Akasima be mienu nanon so abo need 100.9 Ghana Montie sunie.
Ghana Montie, all the Sampa, Cassia Bo, Coaca Tamansa, Amaya Sa, Cassia Waye, Onye Yimu, the Cretrodo, Kamaginibo, Nita Fair, my NTA, Cassia Waji 100.9. Kwesi Bonkwe.
Yanko enim yene monche ensem no senior city anope we asemo Come on. So I'm just wondering
maybe I answer
say Bank of Ghana any woman sense me
the assemble kwa uma chiremu cause as a wo banch bonne no obe enfida edu be kura otumi eyi banch na wo no asa akonoa no asa de abetu oduro num bewo chire se betumi afiama wenye bi edisana
because say so far say nsem true be me no 60 billion Ghana cedis 60.8 billion.
Yes,
in fact
60.8 billion.
Yeah.
60.8 billion Ghana cedis. No ye loss. And second one ye Bank of Ghana for Dinoa. Na omusi no a $250 million. Nti saa nneɛma mienu ɛna akɔyɛ the
incommodie pa
incommodie kɛseɛ pa ɛwɔ mu sɛ nsɛm no bi keka but deɛ so ntakrakyɛ ɛyɛ $250 million headquarters ɛna 60.8 billion Ghana cedis a ɛyɛ loss ɛno na Bank of Ghana amrado ɛnra ɔsa bɛkyerɛkyerɛ mu no na asɛm na ayere wabɛkwasi nokura deɛ ɛfiri nsuo mu bɛ ne kwasi ehu mfuturo wɔ ho.
So Bank of Ghana for and same way diakotena no pay Bank of Ghana ɛdan no ho asɛm tichiu na otie anope ni a yeboma etie foi Dr. Ernest Addison, or the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Edin Sembi Tuja na ninsem no de Tuja no ka se wo be publish inchichimu no website. Into com website honum see the honum saying say new Bank of Ghana corporate headquarters project. Into project in hon sensem no omde ato website honum saying mo e bia mo ntimi nkinkan bi na no pay omoma background of this whole dan a wo mu si aba be sensem so ebebo modia kan kakra na kwabna chechi mu on this particular building in titiri anope nsemo edi akotene honum say ne edi fi. So background to this whole corporate headquarters of the Bank of Ghana. Now, in the 1990s, the Bank of Ghana began the search for adequate and secured land for a new head office, given that the central business districts had caught up with the existing head office and the need to expand to meet its growing operations. In the year 2011, the board of directors of the bank agreed that the bank must consider looking for a suitable land for the new headquarters. In 2012, the bank was allocated that's a 5.19 acre land at Accra Central by the Lands Commission in a total of 791,580 Ghana cedis was paid. The bank, however, was not given access to the land as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration refused to grant the bank vacant possession on the grounds that they had never agreed to give up ownership of the land. Several offers were made to the bank between 2012 and 2016, including parcels of land near the Ridge Hospital, Airport City, around 37 Military Hospital, Achimota Forest, among others. Due diligence made on these plots indicated that they were either encumbered, had unfavorable terms, or that these lands were not suitable for a bank's purpose. The requirement for land for the new headquarters became urgent when the structural failure on the existing head office became pronounced, with more serious cracks showing on the building and portions of the structure falling off at a multi-million renovation. Having been apprised of the nature of the head office building on Third Road through a condition survey by the estate office, the bank commissioned ESP Co, a third-party engineering firm, or ESCO, a third-party engineering firm, to undertake a structural integrity audit of the facility, which revealed that the current Bank of Ghana head office, built by the Nkrumah government in the late 1950s, was no longer fit for purpose and could not withstand any major earth tremors. The board of the bank, at its 662nd regular meeting, directed the Corporate Management and Service Department, CMSD, of the bank by decision dated 18th December 2019 to initiate all proper processes for the development of a new corporate headquarters for the bank.
Abusuafo baby a overkwesi adiesi no me sas ye de afiri me bono tofa wo mutasa 1990 there be we kura me mono tofa ma men kan ni yiye pa amamu background a new Bank of Ghana wo mu corporate headquarters project ya wo mu ye no anie wo trasa 1990 wo na Bank of Ghana yes say wo mu be pa baby na wo masi wo mu new head office na Central Business District one mu say no ya wo mu head office esie no ehia se wo mu tretre mo san se wo mu dwumadie no na tra na etre inti 2011 and a board of directors ya da bank no ano agitu mu se wo mu ba so se asase na wo mu asi headquarters foforo wo so inti 2012 wo baby and a bank no wo mu allocate 5.19 acre land ewo Accra Central Lands Commission and a dema wonum na ho boa ye 791,580 wo mu tuaye na bank no ekose asase no ano na ye Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the anti womu amfa ma wonum te se womu ntina womu fancy womu office womu pese womu sie no afei womu ye several office ya de niema bebre wurawura mu a free 2012 edi besi 2016 ya na bi kura ye asase bi yesi Ben Rage Hospital ho womu sa kwose baako eno nso wa Airport City ebi nso wa 37 Military Hospital ho efe yesi ebi wa Atimota Forest ehwehwe wonum nyina but womu ye due diligence ya no na emu bia nseda in favor purpose a womu pese womu disidan no enti requirement ya Lance edemaye womu new headquarters no afei ebehia paase asase womu anibre esanse head office ya na womu timu sisie ya ye ka ho asemu edan ni yensiasie enti cracks editem a building ne portion baby crampo pese driguo ahu na wo say head office no kura building no Tope Road de kofa Survey Estate bi friend say wo no kura meshe dan no enti bank no bo ESP Eco pa woni ye engineering firm say o meshe dan no say de ni su ne ban tie ono so baaye ya wo begyina nyina dan no che say baabi ebubuo baabi crack ye dan ye si ya kura ate 1950 ho baabi baabi asase wusuo ketua bi basisi ape de asem beba enti dan no enye ena board we da bank no ano yesi no wamu ye wamu meeting bi 662 regular meeting ena corporate management service department kabo mu take decision ewo 18 December 2019 say wamu behwe na omanya new corporate headquarters at the Ama Bank, no.
So continuing from there, subsequently the bank went through the required process to acquire a parcel of land at West Ridge, which was previously owned by State Insurance Company, SIC. The land was compulsorily acquired by the Government of Ghana by Executive Instrument 2020 EI 3044, the new Bank of Ghana headquarters, a building of national interest. Now, the compulsory acquisition process started in 2019 and the executive instrument was published and gazetted in 2020.
Abusiafo a Bank of Ghana asa fa kwanya foforo se obetwehwe asase en wokonya bi wo West Ridge ho na ehwo no kra wokonya na ye State Insurance Company for wonu mu asase enti wo mu de by force mpo na agye aban ofa de friend say executive instrument no so 2020 EI 304 and a new Bank of Ghana for headquarters say womu ye say ehu hia wo man panty by force yan ye and womu started 2019 and executive instrument womu publish ya gazette ye ewo 2020.
There have been so much talk about woman approval. In fact, womu breachy procurement processes in here. So they are explaining about getting approval and all that. So, approval from Public Procurement Authority. The need to procure a highly complex central bank accommodation meeting national security consideration, as well as the bank's highly classified information security needs, informed the selection of the firms. The bank wrote to the PPA on 14 January 2020 for approval to use the restricted tender method. This procurement method was on the basis of national security considerations. The following firms known to be operating in Ghana were shortlisted: MAN Enterprise, MAN Enterprise, WHO Ghana Limited, the Simoni Limited, Golkey Properties Limited, Ronsans Construction. Ronsans Construction, through though not wholly Ghanaian, had partnered with David Walter Limited, a local partner, during the tendering process. The PPA, by a letter dated 29th January 2020, conveyed the board's approval to the Bank of Ghana. This approval to use the shortlisted contractors for the restricted tender also revised downward the estimated cost of the project from 100 million 857,942 million US dollars to 81,882,640 US dollars without any justification. I said, be careful with the figures. Yeah.
Abusiafo procurement na wom so mobility ye no eno ho nkyeremu nie. Watasa a central bank baby a wom edan no ankasa na no wom besie no na eseso wom hwehwe nneema bi ewomu ansa, especially national security consideration na ese wom factor enti anya no ane se yatem da ase abra obaji kosi dan da bi enti na information bebre wo honom a efa bambo ho a na seso wom consider ni nyina nti bank ne kura atra koma PPA fo ewo January 14 2020 sa woma wonu mu approve na womunya tender bataya restricted one anya de ya bia mu ato se obi amra ne bi ba we de womu ayi womu ade restricted pa eno ano a womu nam so nti national security consideration womu hye bambo enyina ka ho ansana womu procure enti womu a eba se womu epe man enterprise WBHO Ghana Limited, the Simone Limited, Gold Key Properties Limited, and Renaissance Construction. Renaissance Construction, no, and ya Ghana ni nkwa people there be, but one David Water Limited, ye local partner, and a cabo mua, sa tendering process, womu ye. Enti PPA krata 29 January 2020 after board of approval Bank of Ghana MWMG2 na contractor no na ya restricted tender enti sika no initially na ya 100.8 billion million 100.8 million US dollars yo ena no woje ena womote so ade ba 81.8 million US dollars without any justification
go see
without any justification no they need tattoo no
say so man fe bia nchichemu bia no man akontia say bia unti o mate mo hu an so sa no okay. But yenjina hanum saying kakra about this procurement, you know, because who say procurement you say mean don't come on. In fact, if I had to be very specific, obi to say bia Mashebe Junior Jama Norton Honorable Kujita Blackwa, Edins and Sembia Baba to Jasuki, woman breaches our process, and Okotu Aye Emrano of the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663, as amended Act 1914. Yeah, no apart says I restricted tendering now Bank of Ghana for use, you know. According to Section 38 of Act 663, you know, you use restricted tendering in circumstances where be a good services and now works, no. DH and I be a person you procure no. Limited in terms of the supply or contractors or more bit me this annual way diaban ebia it's in like limited form. But where a year, sir, a Bank of Ghana for 1 year restricted tendering now. There are so many suppliers that me provided this particular service. So there was no need for a Bank of Ghana to use restricted tendering. Osansu bisa says, sir, a Jumeku Bay, a Numa, a Bobo, so he said, Man Enterprise, WHO Ghana Limited, the Simone Limited, Gold Key Properties Limited. And Renaissance Construction, sir, a nipa and a Jumekum and Numueno. Quine Ben so at a Bank of Ghana for Mujinaya, almost select yom. So they asking questions on all this issue about procurement. So in Chichimua Bank of Ghana for Omediaba on why Omusu that restricted tendering. Again, Bank of Ghana continue explaining on this whole tender process course. So or say solicitation of tenders. Now, invitation letters to the tenders with the request for proposal, that's RFP documents, were issued to shortlisted firms on 21st February 2020. A pre-bid conference for tenders were held on 19th March 2020. The RFP was reviewed after the initial pre-bid conference and reissued on 4th May 2020 to the tenders. Tender submission was revised to 5th June 2020, with another pre-bid conference held on 13th May 2020. In view of the COVID-19 restrictions, the bank, by a letter dated 22nd May 2020, issued addenda and revised the deadline for tender submission to 19 June 2020. Tenders were opened on 19 June 2020 at 11 a.m. in the presence of all relevant stakeholders and tenders who chose to be present. The tenders were evaluated between 6th to 17 July 2020. Now, before I bet you, this whole tender name near Caucus, you say, in about Betuja, and Utie, the director of communication, New Patriotic Party, BTC Richard Ahiyagba, Ekabate, the NDC, Ababi Ra, Bank of Ghana, Danya Umusi said, oh, Mufam so hard say, Namosa, Danya Bank of Ghana for Sia, Majinimua, Musimu Kwako or Yechi, Samukra, a Shasi Fimabraso. Now, so this whole explanation from Bank of Ghana, no, and no man Chechimu say yes, the NDC. And now to say be a case like 249 no more in room so well, no a board member of the Bank of Ghana and not bresso and almost said dan asi near Kakahun. In Chechemia Bank of Ghana, a day about 2 Justice now a day DCS. Indeed, NDC enim sa a dine home is here.
Over Kwesiukaya, Sada no Kranoa, Ahiaba, Ebeka, Samnoa, at 2 force and then the Abayan, honorable. Mempo me can say. Or Richard Ahiabano, or Yama, or Ka Samua Sedianka, Mimpo me refer to some time ago communication officers here, Abeda MPP Amanyoko Nano, and Aname Krameka say, or no time I say we lower bano. Wama to Sedianka communication MPP pa would say Nipane Kasa, or cast some of the evidence bano. One in the end, there we lower bar no cry. Wouldn't him say, what must I do cry by ye? Was our crab can be always still, and this if one started ye. But in Tretremua, why, clearly, what Tremu professor, and this in Nimu.
I don't know whether because Abia or no, what kind of sano, because you said, I send the coffee by. Near Abia Bank of Ghana for refer to Brofum said background. My background, so okay, well, assembly free him so 1990s, one of them say no moon say yes. Send your name see corner. Baby a Bank of Ghana, a dynasty CCC headquarters in CCC. I say a new boom come form so and there's almost pay a year, a dime for fra, a buffet. I mean, say the central bank no the office. And T50 BM say 2011 and a board of directors no. So 2011, we say na NDC na wa ben meboa. Nti minim and 2012 and omo allocate here asase bi di ma omo ewo Accra Central. Lands Commission omo so go to asa 791,000 year 580 Ghana cedis here. Chie no ekoye say Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration say asase no yen fa ma mo because omo dia nti omo fa ma no. Minim say bia enu nti na bia ebinum to say Richard Ahiagba kase okay well ade shase fi NDC abreso
and ya nanka so wo kire mu sa ohun so wo kire mu sa o some time ago omu yese but this particular one omu procure land ya omu si dan no according to ntirechire mu ya wa hey they don't know anything about it enti enkasa say wo kire na asem ni mu yiye but one will say asam no nya depe na wo mo pese wo mo kwotwe NDC fo di be wuram sade be ka se o sade ya no kura NDC fo na ye but this particular one yeah over kwesi won kan ya me kire mu idie NDC fo nsanim
okay so I mean after evaluation approvals now after evaluation of tenders were received the entity tendered committee ETC of the bank at its meeting held on 6 August 2020 consider tender evaluation panel's recommendation and approve the award of contract for the project to Messrs. Gold Key Properties Limited at the cost of $121,078,517 dollars. The least cost evaluated bid under 10-key design and build contract arrangement. The ETC further directed for concurrent approval to be sought from the Central Tender Review Committee, CTRC, of the Ministry of Finance. The PPA, in a response to the bank's letter dated 31st August 2020, reviewed the initial PPA approved estimated amount from $81,882,640 to $121,078,517. The CTRC on 4 September 2020 granted concurrent approval to the bank to engage the recommended tender, Messrs. Gold Key Properties Limited, at a contract price of $121,078,517 under 10-key design and build contract arrangement, which was the least evaluation bid. Enti in heche kwabra womwa yede koma no Messrs. Gold Key Properties Limited.
Yes.
Figures na am say no the most important thing.
Yeah.
81 million no.
Yeah.
And ko wie 121.
Okay, but Argentina first one na womu engage no no. Na a year 100.8 million dollars ya. Ote so ba 81.8 million US dollars no. Then womu ase tenders no process womu fa so nyina hwe tenders no a na afa
o kan ye PPA for wamoti omuhwan sika no so from edebesi 81 million.
Okay, when am I free by and so why say a bedroom Gold Key Properties Limited so no a buono sa peja call 121 million US dollars. I didn't think a kojina one massa.
And no mean
because when Nipanwa we engage in the first no, what then the price man say me see a say na be course. And now we die no, and now be far near the price no momo no, e be kosoro. Why?
So say omo the say omo the project cost. So omo ye estimated project cost.
Good.
So and no ye Bank of Ghana for no. And no my estimated project cost project never cost over $100 million. And a PPA for so yeah one more a year estimate no more the NBC $81 million each. You understand? But say almost one fancy mama. You understand?
Okay.
And one more man for no a year tender. So medium figures almost year tender na. Which is okay where we see ebe ko so say bia me say enti wo mo kire say nia nani di esua kra no Messrs. Gold Key Properties no ekosi 121 million eni echi Sana Bank of Ghana for eka
yo enti na wo mu si no ya say 10k design
10k
na tata jama wo mu si ne say turkey for the
debi 10k wo so turkey
na ya me say bia turkey
o design
omusi omunda na yesi ne sai
enti so design no mesi am contract arrangement enti one figure no say 121 but don't say okay in chechem no am say the PPA in a response to the bank letter dated 31st August 2021 reviewed the initial PPA approval estimated amount from 81,882,640 to 121,078,517. One more say PPA for na one more ekrase makame we omo amudi sa figure no 81 million e chebe to dua no echi no omo san revise and omo review omo figure no omo ko gina 121 million e echi
anti PPA for no a
and omo san new figure
no
yeah
and omo say sisi ade ya age atum 121 instead okay
yeah enti ekoba echi no say contract award. So after a series of pre-contract meetings on contract agreement, the bank signed Odami, what is that? After a series of pre-contract meetings on contract agreement, the bank signed a contract with the contractor on 26 November 2020 for the construction of a corporate headquarters for the bank via turnkey in 30 months. That's 6 months for design, 24 months for construction.
Nata say womu nyina ya adwene baako sɛ yɛmfa ma deɛ womu de ma ne ya na wonsi da no. Nti contractor no ɛsɛ n'adwuma ase 26th November 2020. Ya ɛyɛ womu headquarters ya womu si no kura no womu say what the 30 months nti 6 months ye design and 24 months and what this si dan no.
Yeah. Nti just ba no edan no hu sie se bia ye design e do mo construct no ehun hihye no bia no say ye hwe na from start to end no bibia
ba over kwesi wada wurmo from ntimi fan say scan begina 121 million US dollars. Nti den bio na esan call 250 million dollars.
Say bia see to me I can we bia be the reason why I could do what I'm saying. Commencement of projects. The project site was formally handed over to the contractor in March 2021 for commencement of preliminary site works and designs. In 2021, and the show engagement of employees representative. Now, the bank search on all iconic projects at the time, such as the KI Terminal 3, SU Towers, EcoBank Head Office, Standard Chartered Head Office, Car Bank Building, MTN Head Office, 335 Place, and other emerging projects such as the ABSA Bank Building pointed in the direction of several firms, some of which were not based in Ghana, others which had local representatives and some local experts. Now, the following were invited to express interest in leading the bank's project in the area of project management commensurate with the level of complexity of the bank's building. Profica, GHC Africa, Diagonal, DAR, ACOM, and Multicard. Following a scrutiny of their profiles, the bank settled on Multicard, Ghanaian consultancy firm, which are partnered other consultants in all the identified projects. In July 2021, the bank invited a proposal from Multicard to be considered for single source based on the following: demonstrable experience and association in managing projects of similar nature. Fidelity Bank Head Office, Annex, the Octagon, Standard Chartered Bank Head Office, Accra Mall, KWASI City Mall, Achimota Mall, SU Tower, 335 Place, Oxford Street Mall, Philip Inn, and others. Technical team of experts in the field of engineering, cost management, building information modeling, that's BMI, ICT, health safety, and environmental impact, HSE. Multicard's profile, which also includes details of its company registration, were scrutinized and same submitted to PPA for review. In addition to Multicard's outstanding project portfolio, the main consideration for adopting the single source was hinged on Section 40. Section 40F of the PPA, where the procurement entity applies this act for procurement that concerns national security and determines that single source procurement is the most appropriate method of procurement. Okay, so no, I say, oh, yes, don't do that. Don't do that. But Nina says, project management consultant. Inti project ne bia one so be fini no be hwese okiwa senior wo mu si ye adwuma no sa pepepe na ekoni ne ekaka ho obi a ba no so oki Bank of Ghana between ebe adwuma no mu ye ne o mu si ne ene ne eka ho eno ne consultant no inti eno no wo mu si because Bank of Ghana who say be a ye kra ye sika nyina wo ho aha inti security installation inti ya see no according to Mrano single source I don't know enye fini ba be soki amanfo ya wo mu hwem no mo yi nipa baako Into omu nhwe mu na adwumekuo multi-card no. Eno omo fa. Na multi-card ya nso no. Eye minority fo ewo omo asem eka.
Wa kwesi ko back kakra.
And you walk back na chim.
Bank ne set for iconic project ya time to say Kia Terminal 3 SU Towers no
KIA nyekia.
KIA what let's say
Kuseko to international airport. So apart say one more pe obi a no I mean consultant no. Into omo share say okay well sa places to say be a KI Terminal 3 the other
international airport
sa
SU Towers no
yeah
enya sa tower ten bi no
sa emia honum nyina no why and a year project consultant
okay
why and a year consultant on this particular project into
project we nyina MTN office no and a car bank the nyina okay into wo mu share nyina na a multi-card ne na
no mo hu bon mo say na my bibi wo ho
oh okay engineer so mo de man
yeah okay but na make say dom kuma no so bibi kan wo ho no
wo mo say wo records bebre Fidelity Bank office one we see here Octagon Charter Bank head office wo Accra Mall Kumasi City oh okay and
so
okay
yeah but tienia dom kuma no omo kan fa ho and okuje to ablakwa this is what he says and deeper investigations into the shady BOG head office project led me to discover another reckless and lawless conduct by the Addison-led Central Bank when they procured the services of a company known as MONTIE to carry out project management through single sourcing. CPPA letter of 22nd September 2021 as attached. Now, Section 40 of the Act 663 provides the conditions for single sourcing which do not apply in this instance. One which I say, Emrano, senior CTNO, and Yadia, I said, when we issue. Now, but Bank of Ghana will go to Mbrano and Omu go to Mbrano. You understand? And they quoted Section 40F, which says that Ombet may use single, source. And just to quote it, I say, where the procurement entity applies this act for procurement that concerns national security and determines that single source procurement is the most appropriate method of procurement. And so
omujina bambos.
But ukuji to a black one super so say we a sweetheart dealer. You demand multi-card for
sweetheart. My dear.
So design and cost reviews. Now the initial design proposal projected a gross floor area of 73,000 square meters, which is with the following details. Now 25-story tower block, 4-story car parking facility, 2-level basement, auditorium. 25-story tower block.
Meaning
where?
Meaning of a question.
Yeah.
The oil.
Yeah.
And multi-card. And so anyway, Debbie.
Debbie. Consultant.
Okay. But the initial design.
Maybe I do design and cost.
Okay. Initial design. And I know what you.
Was it design 73,000 square meter?
And I met I say we didn't come. I say the initial design cost review. No. On say we start here. Not just say the initial. Where just say. Yeah, say. Into meaning.
Near the kind.
Good.
Near the kind.
Yeah. Good. Not
25-story tower block.
More.
4-story car park facility.
More.
Parking facility.
More.
Into cars no. I'll be parking kwano. I know you at 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
car park
4.
no.
Yes. And now 2-level basement.
Yeah. And auditorium.
Into initial design. Okay.
They need to reconfigure the spatial requirement in order to meet all relevant statutory requirements and functionality, or the building resulted in modification of the initial design concept to the current gross floor area in excess of 100,000 square meter. So initial design is 73,000 square meter. Assassin and Kumbisi also. But one more share, you know. Now for a senior be meaty yeah, what's the relevant statutory requirement? Any functionality of the building. Functionality of the building. Send ya a dino musino. A niama betimi akakesi ni ye no. Na as almost answer sa and yamum kakra. And to almost sa yamunu Emma assassino instead of saying non come here 73,000 square meter no. CCI the only here 100,000 square meter. Which means almost about I think 17 square meters above the home. So the project consists of 3 main blocks, namely the tower, urban, and amenities blocks, including basements, podium, and ancillary facilities. Tower block, 20-story tower block from 25 now, but urban block, okay. See the urban also. Urban block, 8-story urban block. Amenities block, 6-story amenities block. Podium, upper ground. Podium, lower ground. Basement, 3-level basement car parking areas. Ancillary facilities. Energy farm. Treatment plant. Security gate houses.
Good. Inti nata to avakwesi. Omu asa bo echire. Ena omu hu se asase omu de sa nneoma ekeka ho.
Yeah.
Inti urban and amenity blocks, basement, podium, auxiliary facilities, tower block, 20-story tower block, urban block, 8-story urban block, amenities block, 6-story amenities block, podium, upper ground, podium, lower ground, basement, 3-level basement car parking areas. And what they compare first one, not to say we know abe different crowd. And our security gate houses and so by treatment plant.
So now key design considerations. In addition to meeting the requirement of all relevant building codes, the building has incorporated sustainable design concepts such as energy conservation, water conservation, material selection, recycling and reuse of waste, liquid and solid, humane adaptation, etc. The design satisfies the edge as excellence in design for greater efficiency, green standard. Minimum certification shall be edge advanced. The design's innovative damping design approach adopted ensures seismic and wind loads are to be restricted. The building's design deploys a building management system, BMS, to monitor key energy and utility infrastructure. The ETC of the bank at its meeting held on 19th December 2022 considered and approved the design review and revised project cost of $2,068 dollars per square meter. This figure compares favorably with data from the African Property and Construction Cost Guide 2021-2022, which is $2,658 US dollars per square meter, and 2022-2023, which is $2,720 US dollars per square meter as average construction cost for prestige high-rise office spaces in Africa. Even though the comparable data from the African Property and Construction Cost Guide relates to prestige high-rise office spaces, the unique features of a central bank, including vault and security installations, rank higher than the considerations for the former. This makes the figure for the bank's building more competitive. We aren't in Osu Ben Pasa and some no family from the intimate as you know.
Auntie, I was saying, not as I dear, what me. Imagine I say, is it multi-card the noir or mufa no or betre?
Machewa, dear Monsieur Amodia, consultant, management consultant.
And to one or betre say, Yenny say, and free. First one,
there be. Mammy, you know, I'm saying, Messan Quaba, now, Mammy Brano Pedo. Professor Goffred Buckwing, economist, professor of finance. Now, many prof in Ninko Prof, me that's more Quaba by Need FM Zone pay.
Yeah, but can you point now?
You boko prof now as well.
Yes, sir.
So, and not Dr. Addison, in Chichimu, Bank of Ghana, in Chichimu, dear ba. And some of the Baba 2 Ja, now saying Bank of Ghana, enkomo bebre na ba beto dwa titiru efa se womo so aban asen womo finance aban budget ni ne keka ka ho womo di nchechimu aba wasan so womo dan ya womo si di nchechimu aba. I'm sure say utie ensem no enkomo no bia wakenka bi ensem a Dr. Addison, Bank of Ghana edi aba beto dwe se na oje no nchechimu no eto asum
near Bank of Ghana, it's not surprising. Naturally, as managers, you want to try to explain your position and hope that would generate confidence and ultimately generate confidence in the system. But overall, what has happened has happened. The explanation, the justification, it doesn't add up so much for me. The Bank of Ghana says they found themselves in a very difficult situation. But I think if you analyze what has happened, you can come to the conclusion that Bank of Ghana hasn't done well from a professional point of view. And then also from a technical point of view, Bank of Ghana did not live up to the situation, to the challenge. And I think that they let us down. The reason I'm saying so is that this country, we have gone through a lot since independence. In fact, especially since we gained monetary independence, set up our own central bank, the abuse and all that has happened. We have endured a certain history where we had undermined the independence of the central bank. And therefore, from the era of Dr. Polapa, you could see a certain sense that monetary policy was gaining prominence in the management of our economy. After that, the level of interference. The central bank is not the same as the government. The government has its budget to finance. The central bank plays a role. We know that in as a point for smoothly, the central bank will come in. The law says 5% of government's total fiscal year, previous year's fiscal revenue. If you want to exceed that, there is a procedure. That is even the minimum. But the transparency with which you want to go about all of this to carry all of us along, Bank of Ghana didn't do that. And the denials and all of that. So at a certain point, the regulator was in bed with politicians over some champagne to mess up in the financial system. And that it was just a matter of time. And everybody will see. We said this long ago, actually early part of last year. You can also check towards the end of 2021 when we picked the signal. But that was denied. We said no problem. It's just a matter of time. Okay, so, and then if you look at our posture to managing inflation from the beginning of 2021, you could see that the central bank was technically behind the curve. From a professional point of view, I'm saying this because there was so much we could have done. And I still believe that the central bank, the leadership at the central bank I'm not sure we can get it better than that. You know, and I have so much respect for the governors. But I think we are disappointed because the performance has been way suboptimal, has been way below what is acceptable. That we call something monetary accommodating. The posture of the central bank in itself from 2020 created an incentive that the government will spend anyhow and money will be made available to them by the central bank. So the central bank failed to send the right signal that, you know what, as an institution, we are independent. We will not allow our balance sheet to be sacrificed. We will not allow our independence to be compromised. You know, people respond to incentives. Government also responds to incentives to some extent. And if government gets a signal that we can spend anyhow, and the central bank will be ready to supply the money, there will be little reason why they will exercise fiscal restraint. There will be very little reason. There are certain institutions that have been entrusted to do certain things for us. And also, the law is designed in such a way that those institutions, if they were doing their work well, it will also act as checks and balances. But in this particular instance, it didn't happen. And let me also say that it is not peculiar to only this administration. What I'm talking about, you will see it across the two main political parties who have had a chance to govern this country since 1992. But we, in that same breath, we are also able to isolate what just happened in 2022. Is that okay? And talk about it because it's one of a kind. The level of losses, the accommodating nature of the central bank, we haven't seen that in our history. And that is why we are a bit more concerned that if we are not careful and if we don't take the right measures, this becomes a precedent and a reference point.
But Prof,
it's not as grave as yours.
Prof, Mimbisao, Wajincho, a year, Asemia Dr. Addison, a kind. And just to quote from the press conference, press statement was saying, and I quote, the portrait painted above of the Ghanaian economy in 2022 was similar to what pertained in many other frontier and emerging market economies. Key among countries with similar experiences were Egypt, Argentina, Turkey, Kenya, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, just to mention a few. What separated these countries and their ability to hold their economies until a package of reforms were introduced was the availability of policy buffers and resilience of key policy institutions. Let me end here. Asemwa openi kan about say funibia yetwa about Ghana economy 2022 no. It say BC wa man bi so say Egypt, Argentina, Turkey, Kenya, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Ebia ni omo edibo am kakra na say bia no more policy buffers bi any resilient key policy institutions and no netimi edibo am. Nyoken to say
yeah. I thought someone fine. Say we nye politics in team me personally, I tend to put the blame more on the executive, the Ministry of Finance. Towards the end of 2021, and you can't say there was a Ghana called IMF. And the government said no. So early part of 2022, you share the same data, and you can't say, say young contemwa, we may go to the IMF in an ambulance. Then government delayed. Into almost past the 2022 budget, if you look at the measures in there, you could see, say, it did not offer comfort and assurance of fiscal sustainability. But these are technical words, but so say it didn't offer a clear signal, say the country was headed in the right direction. Into a yes or no, it unsettles investors and key stakeholders. Now, let's look at the role of the central bank. So, in ensuring that we preserve the operational independence of the central bank, and also in sending the right signal to government and stakeholders, I think central bank did not do quite well. The examples of Sri Lanka and the others are there. There are other examples as well of how other countries have managed it. And it's good that they mentioned Kenya. You know what happened in the case of Kenya? Soon after COVID, Ghana and Kenya were almost at the same level. But then what happened in the case of Kenya was that after both countries, Ghana and Kenya, secured the COVID-19 IMF rapid credit facility, Ghana got $1 billion in 2020. Right after that, whilst Ghana chose not to go to the IMF immediately, Kenya went. Okay? So Kenya, by being proactive, not that they are out of the woods, not yet, but by being proactive, Kenya was able to avoid the kind of debt restructuring and haircuts that Ghana had to impose on itself. That's the difference.
Inti metiase ya senke bia ye kekan ye ho ntemu a ne ye ko IMF na sa DDP ni ade de nyanka ye hu.
Do you know why? And the evidence is clear. The Article 4 consultative assessment, your friend Article 4 assessment, right? That the IMF did in 2021, the IMF had concluded that our debt was largely sustainable, was at a high risk of debt distress. That is not so different from the position Ghana assumed in 2014 when Ghana went for the 16th IMF supported program. Under President Mahama in 2014, we had to go to the IMF.
Yeah.
When we made that application, we actually made a call on the 6th of August, I think 2014. And the program kicked in on April 3rd, 2015. Because that program, I didn't know haircut. Because the assessment of the IMF, the debt sustainability analysis of the IMF was that our debt, we were at a high risk of debt distress. There are categories. We were considered as a medium debt carrying country. You could either be a low risk, medium, high risk, or debt distress. We were at a high risk of it. So Ghana officially entered that zone of high risk debt distress in 2014. And when we exited that IMF program in April 2019, we could not achieve debt sustainability under that IMF program, which was started by the previous government and concluded by this government. We couldn't achieve debt sustainability. It was one of the objectives that we couldn't achieve under that 16th IMF supported program. That same position was confirmed in that 2021 Article 4 consultative analysis assessment on our economy. If the government had made a call on the back of that, there wouldn't have been debt restructuring of this magnitude. When things are getting bad and you even wait for a week, a month, a quarter or so, it gets worse. Okay, so proactively, we fail to recognize that we're heading dangerously. Or probably we chose pride, we will not go, and we put all our confidence in a certain policy instrument called that one e-levy. But we knew e-levy was not going to solve the problem. Okay, so, and that's what I'm saying, that with the posture of the government and the accommodating position of the central bank, all of that contributed to this. So it's very difficult for the central bank to isolate itself from all of this. In as much as we sympathize with the difficult situation they found themselves, the idea is that transparency, full disclosure, forthrightness in all of that. If they had done that, perhaps we would have seen this long ago. Do you get the point?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and because the central bank kept quiet, but was doing all this financing, even when there was signal out there, it was denied and all of that. The understanding then is that they were essentially in bed with government to do this. They knew, they were intentional about it.
But sa financing was me say or din chichimu by say I mean 2017 oman boa ban 2018 oman boa ban 2019 oman boa ban
no mankasa no manye hello no mankasa no manye 2017 2018 we were under an IMF supported program.
Okay,
we were not ourselves. We were respecting an MOU signed with the IMF in disregard for the Bank of Ghana Act and our own laws.
And to send your account on not as a yes, and I saw 2 foot so.
They didn't do it not because voluntarily they didn't. We were under an IMF program.
Does that mean which means Kenya no and KBianca obey?
And I make a say when we left the program and we were on our own, we decided to do what is characteristic of who we are. And we should take responsibility. But we cannot continually be under an IMF program just to do the right thing. As a country, we are a sovereign nation. And Master, who there should be if you read the IMF supported program so we share the aspect relating to the work of Bank of Ghana, you can see the unfavorable position the IMF adopted in response to the measures Bank of Ghana had implemented so far. And the program is actually recommending reversing of a number of those. You check the IMF program. The crisis were not over, and yet the IMF was prescribing things contrary to what Bank of Ghana was doing. I've said this before. I don't know whether I should say it again. Like if you have a sport child, okay, you can decide that you want to manage that sport child by giving him more money. Maybe it may help, but discipline is also important. We've lacked that discipline. And institutions that are supposed to offer some level of restraint on government excesses, all of them failed. And therefore, everything put together has brought us to our knee like this, right? And look at it this way. The central bank is not just a bank. It's not like ABSA. It's not like EcoBank. It's the lender of last resort. So a country's buffer, a last resort means that there should be no credibility doubt. Look, if we all had any suspicion that God will not be able to save us, we will not serve him. We will not serve him. Or we won't go to church. But despite all that is going on, God can appear to us and say that be still and know that I am God. So regardless of what is happening, we're able to put our trust in him. Not to equate the central bank to the same level as God, but a lender of last resort. You manage your affairs in such a way that you do not undermine the credibility and trust that people will have in you or in the institution. And let me tell you, what has happened has seriously undermined confidence in the central bank.
But we see central banks all over. Yanti because say bia ye tie de nyamfa so. And sa a negative equity bia sisi a wamwe a BSc paying bra structure adjustment program in the account when you decline. And that omo bomb home money and your baby will get a positive equity in the account.
Have you seen the path we have chosen now? And I can say what we have done right now, one way it becomes a reference point.
Mm-hmm.
So is it not fair that we are comparing ourselves to those days? Are there no better benchmarks?
Yeah.
Couldn't we have done better?
Mm-hmm.
And I can say, I did one more year. Yeah, we say it as though, okay, but then it becomes a precedent.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the motivation to do better? Look, as a manager, as a leader, in fact, the best time people see your leadership is in difficult times. How you are able to navigate your way through the process without causing so much hurt.
And you don't think that to navigate us through that difficult terrain in the account so far, Bank of Ghana?
It hasn't gone well. Chair, this is the central bank we are discussing this morning. And it's the central bank's balance sheet that everybody is discussing. Do you know what that is doing to all of us? It's undermining our confidence in that institution.
Mm.
That is what it's doing.
Prof,
and the moral authority of the central bank is undermined. Who share all deposits and the portion that has to be held with the central bank. The Ghana and will be able to from the banking sector. We will not be able to withstand that. That is not the way we should go. And our intention is not to create fear or panic in the system, but we should all just understand that we have a nation to build. Everybody must do his or her part. Yeah, with the inflation, there's an aspect of that inflation that is contributed by the central bank.
Mm.
There's some aspect of the inflation that is contributed by the Ministry of Food and Agri, right? Because where is the result of the planting for food and jobs? Ghana's food inflation is one of the highest in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we are all contributing. Teaching or class on Shadan Tradia. So whatever we are doing in our own small way, in our own big way, we are all contributing to it. Look, if the government should also hold a press conference tomorrow, they will also justify what has happened.
Sure.
Everybody will justify it. Then what happens?
Near corners but ye come a prof, Mimbisao, a dying our museum headquarters in Swababe and Comodi, Dr. Addison in Chimaba, so well, say nepa, sending an MSC and Uncle Omcasu Munsisa Danya, but and Comunsi, but almost as a bay and Fiemi and San, Creatini and almost as a musi, and tea, at the end of chromatitis can crack to order that, and in Chichimo de Mine, also at your saying.
A nice serious beyond building expert. And I may not be able to technically or professionally say much. I can leave that to those who have that expertise.
Mm.
But I can't say one. As I can earlier said, the way the central bank has conducted itself has brought its affairs and everything to the public domain in a manner that shouldn't have been the case.
Yeah.
So, as the governor said, this is something that started long ago.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, the magnitude of the loss and all that has happened has raised extra interest in the affairs of the central bank.
Yeah.
Central bank has been publishing their annual report, not today. And Mr. American said, when in the first place you sold your birthright, this is what happens. And now it's going to be explanation after explanation and all of that. Do you know what that does to the confidence we have in the central bank, the bank of last resort, and how stakeholders will see the central bank and going forward? No. And then American said, but when we are doing it, wherever we all find ourselves, we have some responsibility to preserve those institutions. And certain institutions are supposed to be independent. And it can only be independent when the leadership of those institutions are able to stand up to authorities and say no, And if there is a lot of pressure on you, you resign from professional point of view and say that, you know what, this is not something that I will be able to tolerate. I am stepping down. That would have sent the right signal. And I felt that the governor of Bank of Ghana should have resigned maybe 2 years ago or so. You would have preserved your integrity.
Prof, that's an opinion, I'm sure. Amen. Professor Godfred Buckman, Professor of Finance, and pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie Sunu Bank of Ghana, and then in sense, Iradi Yankopon. Kasi Dicha, not to say, and Semno, Trucansa.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie. All the Sampa Cassia Coacatamonsa Amaya Sa Cassia Waye on Yemo, the Cretrodo, Camadinebo, Nita Fair, my NTA, Cassia Waji 100.9 Quasi Bonque.
Yanko enemy and trust on a pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie so no so go na common dawson and I pay and now soon central phone she will be a course so political parties ni bia kan bu mu asese omo yen central phone she mu amode and some the two job a year electoral commission na since be odo two job yentie kakra memra yanko enim
due to the difficult times we find ourselves as a country. Similar instances were made in relation to Domi-Kwabinya and other districts which cover large area size, and the chaos that happened at the EC offices due to the over-concentrated numbers which calls into question the suitability and accessibility of some of the offices of the Electoral Commission in the various districts. The poor nature of our roads, especially during this period of torrential rains, which has even resulted in some areas in the northern part of Ghana having their bridges washed away, will impede the participation of the average Ghanaian in this process and has the potential of voter suppression and even voter apathy. Furthermore, the registration at the EC offices will likely breed Goro boys who would be using the opportunity of the grantor system as a business venture, since some people might not be able to travel long distances and be waiting in queues just to guarantee for registrants. One should not also be oblivious of the fact that in past, many rushed to registration centers for the voter ID cards because it also served as a form of ID for other purposes. However, due to the introduction of the Ghana card, it means the only use of the voter ID card will be for voting, and to encourage more participation in the electoral process, the registration exercise should and must be closer to the people. Dr. Bosman Asari, a deputy chair of the EC, was very grateful for our feedback and expressed that our concerns were legitimate, because even some of their own electoral officers have been complaining of long travels, sometimes about 3 hours from some communities within the same district to get to their district office. Some civil society members present also opined that to ensure the electoral process is participatory and decentralized, it should include, if not all, then some electoral areas in a cluster form, as done in the past. At least, if the EC cannot do more than 1,005 registration centers, as done in 2019, they should maintain the status quo. The electoral commissioners informed us that they have taken our concerns and will get back to us, a phrase we were well accustomed to, and so pushed further for timelines, and they indicated by close of day Monday, which would have been today. Most of us present were therefore taken aback when we only heard and saw on radio and TV that the Electoral Commission has set a date for the registration exercise and will use only their district offices as registration centers. We want to inform the general public that as political actors, we will continue to engage the EC to ensure they adopt a process that will be less burdensome and more convenient to ensure full participation and high success rate of the registration exercise.
Right, so registration exercise about cost, so I'm saying limited registration exercise. That's what's supposed to be now. And home come on, political parties ni be na we and central for shame and come on be and yeah boy yeah demand mono but young come so yeah the Central Bank of Ghana, that's the Bank of Ghana. Now Deputy Director of Communication in New Patriotic Party and it's Kofi Subempa na young come so na yen komo and somewhere Bank of Ghana the two ja ba kwa ya kan was say Bank of Ghana for and some no munchire mu yo na ade na akwakoye ade bi asensem aban ko mu de ntinu o kan sa no ko vie ma akwa baba ni TFM so anpe
Gwazi me jozo abom ti say
boko well so here there
nyanya do
that's it so enra Dr. Addison opinion da Bank of Ghana governor no e de nchichi mu dia ba Bank of Ghana more or less o mu de o mu nchichi mu e dia ba senior na wo kan say ade akwakoye bibia esensen aban kon mu wo mo mra fom na yentimi nti ase bi ufi sensem a opinion de tu dwa no sisi ade e de nti ase dia ba na ana wankyerechire mu senior bia ese ekono
yo Gwazi de ka machia na machia watiefo nyina
ya joso
na Gwazi say communication no your strategy ye de asem to dwa. Now it looks as if say and as cheap governor of Bank of Ghana and some more to Ghana and some woman day na a CPC tag. Now the way almost change more Ghana for no NTS from the beginning, where they started from, how they were able to unleash their communication strategy to get the people of Ghana to understand that these are the issues. But it's already full press statement now. Governor of Bank of Ghana, they were to Ghana. But see, what say, and somewhere a show in a tear. And then Kophobia be ginasia, Eddie propaganda. Eddie blame Cassiapa ever to the doorstep of a pine said, you make it as a course a pine doorstep. And no, and Aqua we have. And you know, after one American answer for the Busa question, and I make us say, some way up the perception that people believe they be a Jama dream, Casabia, Koswama, Baya, Confessicabi, Bank of Ghana, and I say, the way a new Mexico, a war, Casa Muni Adiadeno, a idea entry, Bank of Ghana in a palm for, from normal explaining to the ordinary Ghanaian people to understand. Now, you know, Saudi no question and Tachinia, a sincere about Kumuno. A bit of flow, people are by Bina, and as a party image, and a trick of them. And unti, and I'm Bab on Tibet Chichimus, Sabrino, a long, verbose kind of explanation. But you hear an explanation that the ordinary Ghanaian will understand, and then they will know, say, as someone says in a tear. That was a simple
okay. But okay about in some of the two journey teach you the press statement okay in Tiasiano quite could you say I say Bank of Ghana for year they are two buying so still since I buy home and because you refer to the press statement I think say the paragraph 9 honum say no okay it's for Dharma and send your bay on between Atiasem see main kind kakra say. Now let me shift my remarks to the corrective measures that were put into place in 2022 to manage the crisis, in particular the major policy efforts designed to put Ghana's debt on a sustainable path. These corrective actions included the Domestic Debt Exchange (DDEP) program, where the stock of Government of Ghana public sector debt was to be halved from 105% of GDP to 55% of GDP by 2028. Now, the holders of government debt had their debt instrument exchanged for new ones with lower coupon payment and longer tenors. Despite the resulting losses incurred by householders, banks, and other financial institutions, the threshold of 55% of GDP was not met. As part of the solution, the Minister for Finance wrote to the Bank of Ghana with the proposed treatment of 50% haircut on Bank of Ghana's holdings of government non-marketable debt. Naturally, the Bank of Ghana was concerned and fully aware of the implications of such a treatment on the books of the bank. We held several discussions with the Ministry of Finance, the government advisors on the debt exchange, Lazard and others, and the IMF on this treatment. Semi DC hanum say and I be a person because bambi mam fancy hanum say. So abai kofasa DDP in komo di baye. Sanya Dr. Adesin Chichi say muka say yanti yɛntwa adeɛ mu mmienu from 105% to 55%. Why no wɔ ka kyerɛ finance ministers adeɛ a wopɛ Bank of Ghana yɛ deɛ ɛmmoa o ɛwɔ the implications of it. Nso na kyɛ sɛ aban baabi edu no saa na ɛsɛ sɛ wɔn yɛ no ne nyinaa ka ho gyina ho ma $60.8 billion yi aba abɛde so adeɛ ayɛ sɛ kan a wɔpia ato aban so meboa da so sinsan mu kɔn mu.
Kwasi ɛhɔ no na meka sɛ Governor of Bank of Ghana is an entity, a powerful state institution. Economic activity, dear Koso, Ghana, Sika Samshi share, anyone from planning in Ano, Ejinalisho. It is an independent state institution who take a decision. And I don't think, say, if anything goes wrong, you come and then vehemently try to play and then put it at the doorstep of government. Media me problem, and they say, explanation governor nene for the man. A idea as was abepim. No church we na Ghana 40 years. The abino esus as well woman on any day. The image and the perception okay ama abino ne party no. Enya de kay it media as a you know a government you know communicator and as a party community. I see this as a dangerous phenomenon. And yet, the Ababua will be a way. No, so why be been as in Korea or no accepting the blame? That's as a country, no. Your own measures are better to acquire a bit to go forward. As he's not the first governor. Waba Ababijina, a Bank of Ghana anymore, where did to Masumbi. He has done a fantastic job. I mean, managing the Ghanaian economy. From the beginning of 2017 to date. It is a Bibia Kochma. Omra no me church muna Ghana for you know say any measures I take here, no, it may not inure to the benefit of the ordinary Ghanaian from the hindsight, but if we are going forward, you know, we will do it this way, that will support and will help. But who created the mindset say it's a minority ready assemble to ga.
Yeah.
As some of the to ga onya no said you kind to debunk the allegations and let everybody knows that this is how it is. So that everybody will understand. We were expecting him to come out and expose the minority. But as some maybe or the qua not the facts not to war and some the other be or can some. But almost of the allegations, you know, majority of it, you know, were not addressed properly. It's not from normal message. Now, MONTIE say, now the perception say, I buy and I say the image of the party, you know, and I actually know, Srenia Basano, idea, and yes, you know, Bank of Ghana as a state institution and independent institution would deal with the matter head on and let everybody knows exactly what is going on.
A dying museum new headquarters here no so be yan komodie ma baako amaken kan director of communications the atudwa krase o NDC for hu bon mu brad na Keselato Forcing we deputy finance minister board member Bank of Ghana and na dan kra esie hyase ani ne kekaka ho ohwe nchechemu a wo so from the aba betudwa and uko Bank of Ghana website Tanya governor can ye no so be ma publish the entire details of a dino cra e ho nsensem no e da honom sin a no pe yakenkan bi a kwakwa se NDC for e ho mom e dino cra mo hyase say ho nsensem titiri pa no be mfie be miensa still muda so agina say NDC for bom
was it metima kan say sa e dan ho nsensem no dia have to know so unu o su bempa me minima dia bi be kira radio so me kan wa I don't have any information whatsoever. And I don't want to put the cat before the horse and can be na mabɛyɛ hwehwɛ anim abɛka bibia ɔse ɔde fax no ba bɛto dwa yɛn nyinaa no kwasi yɛntwɛn yɛn nyinaa kɔ ho nwi prɛbo yɛkɔ nom anoma kuro enti kwasi yɛntwɛn na ɛbaa ne yɛkenkan mu a
ɛno kora deɛ da website no hɔnom si ɔmo de ato ɔmo publish
yɛbɛhunu the fax no nyinaa sɛ me menkɔ reading yɛ sɛ me reading na mehu the fax no nyinaa I'll be able to speak to the matter.
Okay.
But the Kenyan is a media MPP Amanyoko as a political party. Yeah, Yanji Dream Nekata share any. Yeah, a Chiwa dear Cassian and Pensameka. And now, you know, Katasumu Maso, a DIM. Ain't you know, say Bibisa Ba na a Bibisa alleged malfeasance, nay, alleged a Katasheni Bibisa ba na a before a buyer. See about one thing. As a political party, never say, yeah, we will not shield anybody or we will not condone anything like that. And therefore, no, the Pierre a move better or fine Yama Ghana for you know, no clear woman Ghana for you know, say they will have confidence in the party in power and the government in power. No, they will have vast of course, you know, an independent institution or not yet and about it too. And individuals be a more as a winning BBI, Omofa Metuka, and Nunti, and a buy with your buy and your manifesto to just say, will set up the office of the special prosecutor. And this is yes, by and special prosecutor at Yesimwa, Sabri Kwesi, or Yana Juma, independently. 18 say Bibi Kosuna Bibi Kosuya, Memphis opposition for no more Bibia, or maybe the office of the special prosecutor. No dealing with it now same way no it to akotwe de atwe na afi no ye hunu ekwan a ye be fa so a se bia ban ebetimi enya ne tie didi mu na watimi aye adwuma na party wato no na afi yetima tan baby na se koye se kwasi those institutions has been set up and we opposition utia ba mu no wantimi and set up this office of the special prosecutor and yet you are crying for probity and accountability and social justice for the people of Ghana, when you have this enshrined in the constitution of your party, and yet you couldn't establish an institutional embodiment of probity, accountability, and social justice, and yet you call yourself a social democratic party that believes in probity and accountability. And the Deni Katsani Tintin, a Ghana Bank of Ghana, I say no. So more Bibia. MPP Amanyoko, they believe in probity and accountability and social justice. Omu nyini ba edi echidi. Eti edi ache ye party manifesto say ba ye better establish office of the special prosecutor. Yeah, amene you know that institution is working. Enti ene kwesi enche bia ebas hoasem a president Mahama ekoka hoasem no. Enche bia ye de hoasem eko special prosecutor hope you. Because Okache say, you are Matiami to Bekache say, or pay arrest warrant. Now, yet you made the friend is saying,
the Bank of Ghana now, they are copy high.
Every me can't some of this. Now, yet in Abagana, now, they said the Mrasiero, yet you know, Afaso. Now, the woman, former President Mahama, yet enough acquire see a faso. Now, you know. Emra Eddie said yet. Etino institutions no yet juma. Etino yan institutions no be yet juma. Na MPP Amanyoko any swadi why they by the office of the special prosecutor basic assistant for young kwan. E be yet juma. It will be OBP for Ghana Bank of Ghana ho. Obetima ko office of the special prosecutor. Wa ko kuchi ni nsem ho. Na ehwemu akoso.
We me da se anopenya me show.
Miss me da se kachi.
And as to Suben Pano pay need 100 points na Ghana Montie Sino as you go Yanope Jume so na main kind Argentina be commenting about one Proverbs 29 TB where the wicked rule the people mourn. Burkina Faso inflation 14%, Mali 2.2%, Niger 1.1%, Ghana 43.1%. Ghanaians, if you vote for the MPP to go away with their sins, God will not be happy with you. That's one here from Richard Odifia Masama and Odebai now. OPK Patriotic Voices also says the NPP youth and the NPP elderly have a voice, and that voice is in Dr. Digitalization Baumia BMW, NPP's best bet for 2024 with 3 SHS. That's OPK. Lamtekin Rashid. Dear NPP special delegates, let's all vote massively for Dr. Baumia to maintain power And vote for a vote for Dr. Bawumia is a vote to break the 8 years mantra. Most of the government appointees should support vice president. Most of the government appointees support vice president, but the grassroots and the floating voters support Kennedy Japan, Yawedu, Silver Corner, Mataheko. I can't wait for 2024 to vote NPP out of power. What they have stolen is enough. We can't vote for them again to come and continue stealing our monies. Never again for the NPP government. Abladi Efie Kuma Zongo Takrade. NPP is the hope of this country because we are the only party that has good policies and also a party that has future for our dear country. Teacher Kuju Chobodom Adentasi Enoch Ewa Saman Kesi Ghana. Our biggest problem now is the NPP. We can never allow these people to destroy this country anymore. 2024 is a communal labor. Let us all come together and rescue this country from this nation wreckers. Enoch Asaman Kesi. Nanafin Kaswa, if Nanado and Bawumia's government closed down Men's Gold Company for over 6 years, SEC and BOG don't have enough evidence to prosecute the chief executive officer of Men's Gold. Meanwhile, the NPP government has sold properties and seized the bank account of the chief executive officer of Men's Gold. Nana, your point is going round. Ray says old age becoming problematic in the nation governance since after 70 years the body already retired itself there. They try to change the year or the term of office or stay aloof for the system. Ray. Governor Addison should not just resign. He needs to be prosecuted and jailed because he failed totally. Tiki Spinkters. DJ Omale and Wayosi. So President Nanado and the NPP government is doing everything possible to make Ghana a better place to live, although things are hard. But with pragmatic measures already in place, very soon Ghana's economy will hit world market strongly. Martin Cheney, you don't know. Yamra yen twaso yan kwenim Delbankrata kobra.
Yo.
Remwe.
Abusuafo Ghanaian Times Democrata n'anim ha. Political parties ya wodo ni nyina na de adesrede. Edema Maami Temensa ne electoral commission say sabi ye die wu ayenkum mani. Aduma no a wo ye no. Political parties no a na di mu akotene. Registration centers ya wasi wo bie no. Womo sra ne se na dawuruma. District office de yakwa awa. Wombiambia wa centers ya wodo ni nyina. Said ya beya ebetumi aben saa Ghana ni kro na boboa no eben na boboa no pe de a definitely wode ne ho besem but saa woman no kopie kwan tintin baby a eben na kwadro pa se wode ne ho bekọ akosem bie nti wo sele electoral commission se na dawuruma won se na wonye ho bibi emfama won na Democrat yenim ha MPP amanyoko na dia tuga emiambia baako dunson ya wo mo beye super delegate elections no ewo ho Orast Vrayensun team ena dia asem ya tuga 30 million Ghana cedis arrears yo senior high school suppliers ente ye ba betua sasike ye dia ma won 22,000 images videos child sexual abuse ena omuhu ye ewo 2022 owura nkansa en wase Ghana ye ready say entrepreneurship de ye befa ede ato ye nan so na tell das party enimu ha the Democrat na KWASI UK research team bi en wo maya research ya wo mahu ne say memenda MPP amanyoko aba wo mu beto no Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, Obenya 70%. Obenya ni atitim kura. Ora ni Moe Thompson, Mampeni na de danko akufu ade de betu da say University of Ghana womu adi mu akotene JB danko aka ho Ghana fo bi nso kire womu adwene kire no pa say owura JB danko ade pa na wo ye wo University of Ghana enti yamfa University of Ghana nto no wono kura no wompene ni sie so na big sesi ye ka ho owura ni mo Thompson so atra sembi ade afa ho ECOWAS fo atrese Niger for 3 years no wo di ama no yempene that 3 years no ya reject nti ya the force beko once ya ne ECOWAS fo ya say wo mu nane wo man no former president ya no wote akonya so a wo mu see am wo mu 3 years no yentumi ntan 3 years no ECOWAS ni adaje ya de better sa 3 years ya soldier for and ebedi akoni abenti still yebekọ akutu no Bank of Ghana for ebetrechre nsem nso ensem no amfe outgoing president moderator and was say His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia oya atadia pa de ma wo man no enti nso ni muyi na a telegraphic yanim ha Presbyterian Church ena omukase omutese na nsem mu de niama ekoso no enye de especially abanya a wote akonya so ensem a efofore no ene niama ekotia no wo ye Ghana ni na sa wote nche pa ensem ni bi wo hono a enye de na de yaudie ade se omanfo mu pa nti aban no on send one to 20 nioma yie.
Hey, press before.
Wava kwesi asem ni.
Hey.
Basri.
Hey, ato. Hey.
Wava kwesi.
Presbyterian Church expresses concern about state of country.
Yeah, Nancy.
Hey.
Yeah, nioma ni bi wo hono. Yeah.
Headline na etisana. The Presbyterian Church of Ghana, PCG, has expressed deep concerns about the current state of the nation, saying recent events have left many citizens feeling disappointed and disheartened. Quote, the PCG recognizes the government's attempt to address these challenges and commends it for its tireless effort. However, we observe that much work is still needed to achieve a full recovery and respectfully draw the attention of government to some pressing issues. End of quote. Church, Presbyterian Church.
Abusuafo de over kwesika no was Presbyterian Church ya basra sorry and wo mu tese eniema ekoso wo Ghana na
me ma me sorry if you adora ye the press before say
there be eniema ekoso no over kwesi anya de amadodo na ya disappointed ebi nso abemu abu ebi akuma ebubu anya de nsɛm ni bi nya de over kwesi sɛ wo ya Ghana ni pa na sɛ wo tete nsɛm ni bi a ekwaso wo man mu nansen pa dia current state there be ebi nya de
chofo no NDC ni o
over kwesi
it's for fighting because
I mean obi a wo criticize the man bi a we NDC
yeah I mean
anti abam say ono si NDC ni say obi a wo criticize the man bi a
no enkoyi as say o ka say enkoyi
excellent
because as o campaign obey opposition you me sure say obey NDC
over kwesi
there be so for say go hwe ni tiakwan there be so for as Right Reverend Professor Joseph Obri Ebo Mante
yeah
na nansia na wo ba yo ananyo ono outgoing no nti hwan na kasa asemi
ono an wo ka no
outgoing no papa we pa
so mo koye wo mu meeting se
ono atwen ba be ko o ko no wo ka asemi
ba over kwesi no kura de o ka
nti wa de why there
over kwesi at least wa nya spectator why a citizen Over Kwasidia Quintiwa aye.
Okay, so communicate asema presby asori ni nyina na omo kasa.
Yes.
But one no omo what the two dwa. One working kan
ye.
Communicate from the Presbyterian Church of Ghana.
Yes.
Enti ba enyo ono pe onti mamo mayem fan hye no nka se presby asori na presby asori for me NDC for.
Yeah.
Presby asori me NDC for.
Debbie over Kwasi omo NDC.
Na dey to baba ka se state of country no there.
Oh, but over Kwasi nti sa wo ye o mamba pa. Na bibi koso na.
Debbie untimi nyo mamba pa.
Oh, Debbie over Kwasi. Nti bibi koso na anya.
Presby for me NDC for.
Oh, Debbie. Omunya.
Because u kan ade no say ebia emia na aka say ade emia mi o. U kan pe u be NDC ni.
Nti over Kwasi wonka. Sadia no mantini na.
Ese osuo mu.
Debbie mantini ya me say aya no mu pese wo mo tag wo say wo ye NDC ni such a way ya obeka wano atum. But it doesn't matter. So na say NDC fo mu ye nipa. Ada NDC fo mu nye nipa. Abaya ai party a
wetu opposition ti mu opposition ti say anti opposition ti say bibi koso kra na ya mbo ka say nye
anya yanka ya no ntum Debbie
no bibi koso na ya kra mba ka say nye
oh Debbie over Kwasi nansen said ya Ghana TSC ano unhia say obi be kasa ansa na wate o what say ade na wi udompe
unim say no pay story back wa ni dia ko na enim say openi ba ko de me fan di ntudwa dan say ayi omanpeni na ado dan ko ekufu ado asem okokan aba say wasi nsohwe na wo mo twiro no the best no say CCI say Ghana wasi nsohwe na ya twiro no different from the other 4 member states no so omo twiro no ye calendar ya sesa no nti I said nia omo twiro no enye the same thing na the other countries ni twiro no
first no one say na ye the whole West Africa
yeah any
Debbie CCI dia Ghana
ana
on one was certain questions
enti wo de tutu say oh kasi okay the best no na say enko
Debbie fampo the woman ye na ya poor because who need competition
na what fame no can no do no say because nyama nko ye o
say o ka no boko
so on ka say mi nko bondin o
nyama nko ye
easy ya nyama nko ye mo meka o payifo mo ti mo meka
Debbie, over Kwasi we say now when me say that last week was
man penyuti Flagstaff House Jubilee House now say wasi the best for university honum say me the chair ni ba ko ya nyonko business school honum say e na o ka tem say Kwasi o se on kra de city akonya broche bi kro ba akotena na nkola na o mo ba sisi a o mo abon
so o mo nim hwe
Asi hose passing ye ya yesu em pass yo onya ikura na chese ni passing obekọ obewura university
ya pass wo mu nyina
o se oba ni omo betwiro bibia betwiro bia kun
yes over Kwasi ya quantity
na quality uti Jubilee House ball hu samra ne kase the best
ununu hu sere
the best ko school honum say na ko say best
a quantity quality na nim
ko university go na ko buso say enkoda na ka results best ko na ko buso say yes enkoda na omo ba na omo ye the best
meanwhile wasi no kro mo ntro yo eno ono edi nka ma ka wo mawie wo eno an say wo to nkwala no gumu aprekesen wan kasa wo tro exams now wa mark
go to the university
be any competition
o dey ko university na ko bisa acheche for no mo kan che but amampanyi gina ha no say the best nti ono asa na ho mra ne best resource the best resource nti best resource no na ye dan ko school ho no say na ko say resource no sa na tie o ground ho no mu a no mo kan che Acheche for no man meka no so mo am so mo ti school ho no say no man meka. Meka cho say.
Na wo kan wo de be ya okura obetumi.
Oh, mo be am dey. Dey no be am.
A teacher for you. Bra wo mo bre. Teacher for you. Say when hu no kura wo ba beka. Dan wa anka obetumi atena school.
Ya se mo.
Pa wo sorry anopa. Just say utumi tutu ani na apem. Na si na efe no waja bibia hye nyame nsa. So de besi bia ono a one no a anya hwe.
2022 WASI results are the best of the last 8 years. Akufo-Addo. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is starting Ghana's performance in the 2022 West African Senior Secondary School Certificate Examination WASI as a vindication of his government implementation of key interventions in the educational sector. Addressing a speech and prize day of the Queen Girls Senior High in the Western North region, the president reiterated that last year's WASI results remain the best Ghana has retained since the introduction of the free senior high school program. Quote, the 2022 WASI results are the best out of the last year's my opinion, you don't know. Nana, and you.
It's Excellency question.
No, I can't run from this. Of course, you want to say, Nana, go there, go and check and see if the results now they would now born some. Share. You can't with some American. And now, who back and then there's Brofunus, near cancer, near Quay baby. Go school on him say no coherent results. No, if he's the best. What's in the last 8 years? And key interventions and the government and this, the person, some money, then my government and interventions and hey, riding alcohol. Anyway, same be why you can't watch me and can't buy a becker because you can't. Yeah, na mama ya kwansi and can't see a becker. I can't media tema mwedi now baby no I but I see I can because omo ase so beka no so omu hwiro omu ntimi nka ntie kakakra na ejai because you can't be bria na ma fa ho tan mbo we kra
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie all the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya se Kasia Boagye Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine bo Nita fe Mama yentie Kasia Boagye 100.9
na chese mi ano nsem ni bi ho ya menti ase dwini wa Bank of Ghana se mi komo ekura ye kan na papa Dr. Addison no obegina ha no okan ye se ayi ba ku bi o kan ma dwini ho na m say okay chese o kan ni say no na more or less no wa di atumi se ade no enye Bank of Ghana for say nepa na ka se o mu nkosi dan na nko mu nsi What say ne economic crisis no ye name no na nke ka se
na overkwesi se nne ne ye ka se omun kosi dan na nko omun nsi a enne any last year no any last 2 years no
se mfa so omun so omun titiro so omun titiro
na economy no na ahokyere na no eden pa tamwa wankasa wudi adanse ese ahokyera ba ma aban kura bagiska wo ho overkwesi wonim ska dodo no a wose aban se wo mun writing off say a bad debt no say uhu say ska no so say aban ebo no ho bese abato wose wontumi ntua enti wo mun twanwu na sa ahokyera tro ka sei Baako bi kura de ɔse Bank of Ghana nya profit entity. Womu nya adwuma mpe profit. Na wowura na saa de sempa nti ani asa de yi overkwesi de ekono I think say makwala adwadifo no ntomatonfo ni ntositonfo no betumi manage Bank of Ghana better.
Omuntimi manage.
Overkwesi omu betumi.
Eso sen.
Dabi na se wo kura wo ya scholar no. Wo manage ni say ya. Ani na dwomfo ma no betumi manage. Dwomfo ma no betumi manage Bank of Ghana better than Dr. Ernest Anderson.
The decision to commence construction was taken in 2019 when the bank generated profits. Appropriations for the head office were made each year from profit in 2019, 2020, and 2021. The project has therefore been going on for over 3 years. The DDEP only took place in January 2023. If we were to be taking the decision today, building a legacy head office would not have been a priority. However, this is a project that has been running for 3 years and about 50% complete. The bank is fully aware of its responsibility to ensure that the costs do not escalate beyond reasonable levels, and that many of the original design features to include data center, currency processing center, ICT equipment, specialized security features, have been deferred and only grey buses provided for future use to manage costs. Enti ose sikano omudisi enano die 2019 omnyanfa so omutibi to ho 2020 omutibi to ho 2021 omutibi to ho nom sei mfie bia miensani se nepa ne ka so omkosi dan na nka omunsi. Honorable Richard Champon mrashebejeni bia East member Finance Select Committee mrashebejem. Honorable Yadasi mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope. So, Nyana making kind kakre Bank of Ghana, Dr. Addison, and no anchechemu, a dying our musie, or say a dying dear, or what to tame fast one of you honum say bay and fibemi and sacre ye. Na say ne any a cast and kawamunsi dan womanka, Ukraininka, and come omunya omo priority in Kenya, woman needs to adhere no. And someone would have to just so far, and chichemu me assure say. Atomasum because Donkuma Mosimo Bayo Yachere Bank of Ghana near Kosui Tisiano in Chechemu Abedia, me assure say Atrasum Masisa Margin and I still would also and Trasum Mamo.
Na mention what you for.
You for just.
I'm a casa crapper and
oh,
because also I want to teach the kind of to hold, meaning they make provision for it for some time.
Yeah.
And Sikano a part of a more reserve fund. Never. You see, our culture Ghana for you, and I say a more negative equity of 55.1 billion. And into buying a recapitalized Bank of Ghana. It is our savings now, my and let's come at it at one. I don't know, one pro back. That's can be. If I show up, almost take capital. Almost I buy a minimum taxpayers. To recapitalize Bank of Ghana.
Then no die ya shas you are 50% complete crowd. In Jaka fancy ye simu a fakra and you know the scanner could share dynamo.
A scratch then so the cancer ne uncle in seno. I don't know one train when you emergency. O system no a fail. O inflation target a fail because inflation target and now we no. Finance Minister Becca so attended corner inflation of 2%. Or 10 corner and inflation I jump to 43.1%. Actually, I will say can no buafaso. Inflation target is a Bank of Ghana Juma. Got policy rate in about 1 and a setting. Until more policies need an affiliate and a man or how away you move to see. What kind of media budget review now? I'm saying non-performing loans no. I moved from 14.1% to 18.7%. A share will say NIPA about 4.6% eligible to Montimentria. So Montimentria, banks will charge it against their profit and loss account. And some of them declare either profit or loss for the state to tax them. It's fine. What shall I say 2019? Times are hard now. Abambeji Obosia, about 77 billion Ghana cedis. Also 48.2 billion, point to Minchia. It's factor no, or written off. A part of the problem. It's other than own suspended certain projects for some time. Name to 2 years, what was so. Emergency ben room. Over cast a parliament, I say, only a new chamber. Because chamber near to me, say, yeah, I thought that crowd called parliament fear that not a doing enough for more year. I thought that Joanna Crabco drew and another. Now I'm for you, no much to movie. Because why a state house, I'm the rent for more IGF. I know the inconveniences, you know. And I'm a new chamber. Kind of folk actually say we don't need a new chamber. They spoke against it, some demonstrated against it. And what is so big this community view? Because we listened to the sentiment of the people and we decided, say, Charlie, idea YPCA Ghana for any, so let's put a hold on it. That's never to 2 years, a new chamber. So be it. Why I said the governor and his deputies, you know, intimate apply this common sense. Because how catch us among for because interest rates are higher, cost of doing business are higher, taxes upon taxes on businesses. It will be Kwajibusia at 40%. Not other taxes to be to but not the day, no. Nipania deal with me either any for so could you can. And no woman, you won't chili, Yakasano, some men out to good watch at the teacher on crop. And no woman, you won't chili, no, who increase your maintenance cost to about 114%. But certain allowance to about 87%. It is saying, well, expenditure near moderate. And it was okay. You know, I say a comedy you, I want you at least I did it. It's let's see, say, yeah, nema a beboa. A binding castle to say, now, point is, or take 30% of their salaries. A council of state, some who volunteer 20% of their allowances. It would some come away now, who as a governor, then also here. You can't tax some expenditure. Maybe just a way a technical loss. Say mechanical or biological already if I home. So now to shake and after you know here and yet a secret now, Baba Confibu. It be no, you know. Set your priorities right. You say at this crucial moment in a woman, say your private business and community sign a more. Some of us we are running some businesses. Yeah, you may be, but never more dinner in your you suspended the project. This is how prudently we manage state resources. Now, to overhead expenditure more than 50%. Ghana, when even up to 40%. Now, we will have a church. I look upon a mass and night time crop.
I mean, some more person or didn't you ban or didn't you maba?
And teacher will be an editor. Find a show as my can you me say one questions. Papa no boom raso and so mum raso. Because I say you can advance or give a loan more than 5% of previous year's total revenue. Is that the case? The answer is yes. What pretty law, no? Amranaka section 30, you know, as another window. Say, in case of emergencies or if there are threats on the economy, you consult the finance minister together with the contract accountant general and present a report to parliament for approval or ratification. Tell me, look, have they taken steps to address the issue? Ukuta Bank of Ghana's Act, as amended, IHL say don't go beyond 5%. And this is time I hear quite a crop with this 0% Bank of Ghana financing. 0%. Take a bit more printing card we need to do this election. Because of discipline, your mama was so disciplined, said he refused to do those things. But these guys are so indisciplined and they don't respect anybody. The governor, the finance minister, the president, and the vice president. Now we also catch us about mint into write off 48.2 billion. Can you imagine this? Now we UK exchequer just announcement or making I did cheer to call Washington IMF meeting. He was recalled the next day he resigned. What an our church letters now, explanation. What kind of nonsense is that?
I know she.
No, I said if I'm not sure before I see and catch a person with tea. Nipenia blue chroma seminia. A dependent go to our constituencies. Ensure to Kobias quite be in what me faso. Quite a contract also quite a palm contract and say a year investigation cocoa rules. A bit in there and there cocoa rules on suspended a cocoa rules with the air. You know, to attack and it be. A tickle coffee a session near the back and kind. I'm to bow Ghana. Now I'm the open of this kind of say about
but idea will accuse Sabia with Bumrasi in Chimo de Baye, and let me just read this one for a for Dharma. When Ghana was hit with the COVID-19 in 2020, Section 36 of the Bank of Ghana Act 612, as amended, was triggered. And as indicated earlier, the bank purchased 10 billion Ghana cedis worth of COVID-19 bonds to support the economy through the pandemic. This was done within the applicable laws governing the Bank of Ghana. When Section 36 of the Bank of Ghana Act 612, as amended, is triggered, it allows the governor, the Minister for Finance, and the Controller and Accountant General to agree on a new limit of central bank financing. The law further says that the Minister of Finance would then have to inform Parliament, and the Minister has since informed Parliament as part of his briefing to update Parliament on the IMF program and status of the domestic debt exchange. So I say, okay, was yes, no crap about financing, say be a limit in your kaka home. But the man so a man of quine said, be saying a bar. Section 36 no, yet Dimitri governor no, you do a Minister of Finance, Parliament, bomb man here, and why yes, I do way into mum rebiaso.
The finance minister of Parliament amendment. Decision year 2022 Assembly year. Finance minister of Parliament amended. Parliament resolution when wants Parliament are passed just to ratify the situation. On my date in a Parliament passes a resolution. Upon I'm not the age my shed and tears. In some can or she to blame I'm a finance minister now. On the date finance minister about Parliament baby full Parliament. Now, on me data, Parliament passed a resolution to ratify a more ill decision on Mutaki. Date there. And no press conference is much ado about nothing.
I'm a carry.
BBN no substance. And some of can not as a crime say, Obin chairman on tears as more can say. And the central for one of beside me say, okay, the Ben of Finance call Parliament. Equable Parliament amendment. Date Ben Parliament passed a resolution to ratify side decision. Minister now or can answer no. COVID nearby Yankasana, a emergency no. Yankasa Heritage Fund, other funds are where so physical, they deal with COVID. No. Minister Nama Finance Committee. Then I say, you granted a direct request, man. Didn't you know they want to mention a minister Nama Parliament for this decision to be taken? COVID na idea I know Ghana na to Ghana Hana. The minister going to move Parliament for approval there. Didn't you on decision no? One Parliament for ratification or approval. That's an okay can hold.
And which means any or yet no ban a besan basso.
You know, put the quarter to Pabua and pay said the Pabada de Biabacona. Ya cotton Pabuamano. Because they all quite share before more because he doesn't respect anybody in this country. Nobody my finance committee or catch say maybe we are trying to write a one bank of Ghana's act. Can you imagine this? Jenny hand time and I'm the boy man way. And a dear could do baby a dream. Saying that your man will as a governor policies in your failure. Look at inflation levels. And it still remained as a governor, and you are just bragging around. I'm comparing to other governors, no, so arrogant, or mushy, not to.
And you then why I will mushy.
What the name is any meeting? Number who they work as. Some of them in the American.
Well, a man who can Odin Queen, me sure say be a more person more direct in how and one penny may be our can say.
Odin Queen, the other than yeah, can as mobile respond. Yametin baby Odin Queen, they can't find a who be what is your man responded.
At the appropriate time.
And I just say, I mean, it didn't queue. One, it didn't queue. Independent, dear lawyer, absolute. I'm running, so don't know, because I know about kind of. Or see in case of a emergency situation like this, they should report to the finance minister to get a control account. Just on your independent. The independent, and when a limit, and absolute. Now, President report on the budget year approval budget parliament. The Nipasa, I like what our money crop no. He is subject to scrutiny, let alone the governor. There are time or Sunday matter when you are no retire on his side or if you can get Tianica. Now, I'm no idea Temo Montana politicians are corrupt, I don't know. Well, you talk about you and I say, what's the put down? That ends it. Or to Hana Tabamano, as I can trade it, and I should name out 2 away. I get a current president at Ketia. Now, by cast and patching him now. For chopper, be some no home, ya mean be a going for the main year, financing me another pressure to me soon to be a yes, sir. Going for the no, I'll be on my own. That could be also at least. You given a new reason, a month long, the old canoe. Let's give you another chance. What the job justify them at 10 time why we deposit taking institutional, and then I'll sack a boca. Nobody's expecting you to make profit. Because banks, a primary reserves now. Keep on and you seek as a bank of last resort, this kind of in case more challenges they'll fall on it. They'll fall on it and will be sick. What the command by an abandoned ultimately. Where do you get the money from? Now, catch and so we see that we usually say, we need recapitalization because we negative equity. Now, men who talk good watching action, maybe. Now, men go to your tax if I recapitalize your Bank of Ghana. That's why I catch it wine.
Gold watch, you say me okay. Gold watch, Ben.
Meaning, I can follow the test report in the room. I'm more expenditure than I can. But no room of my year, no. Name of we used to scan it about Mokano, the Ekaho. A Bank of Ghana team that catch it say, this good for oil business and I buy way so I know. More than gold in a motor. Motor gold in the Amadama Bana, oil purchases in the day, or the minimum share. Why the can't ask much no? Motor gold no at what price? What the man I buy at what price? Then I buy this gold in the Quacoye. Also, can I buy for to gold in the minimum share? Papa will kind of play. Kind of play. Come up to gold. Gold on the purpose and they say, yeah, the quacko fan one can send a wedding. Now, that I am two full prices. And then 13.394 and 5. Now, what's the mean? I'm imagine about the Makoto good, no. But the good number by some fan coto fan. When mum fan go na buy air tornado, minim a board or the minim agent to minim commissioner or madam Mutiama a year medemano. Canocre. Also a governor of Bank of Ghana, she in a ticket and so. One or one outside your money in the woods.
Honorable, I mean, I see them phones here. Let me show you. Honorable Richard, the champion, members, Finance Select Committee, and a pay needs in Russia, Virginia, Bia East, and on your Dean Common, years, and we now, meaning now, man, so, O'Shea Ghanaian Times, the Bokata, create more registration centers. Political parties appeal to EC. It comes with a photograph of Jane Mensah, Mrs. EC boss. Na sankomo yeni Jerry Owusu General Secretary ma ye LPG amanyuko no enra central phone hie mu I call so yeni nchichimu no bi emfa kan Jerry da se mu akwa baba ni TFM so
ya fa
tempo mu e
afa boko na una ya wota ida ya hotu pan
so enra central phone hie mu I call so ensem amode tu dua ye create more registration centers ni nchiemu ene sen anope.
Yo, I don't remember Obidia Fisher. Ofa, I hear we kwada we and electoral commission. Told and the political parties. Nina, our IPAC meeting. And now agenda now was mainly on registration and district level election. Now district level election and a whole registration, you know, almost ASF. Amunyai in the whole area into date of registration, you know, almost after that, after say from 10th to 15th September. Emu baako ɛna ɔmo bɛtu su na ɔmo tu su wie a ɔmo ɛde bɛto yɛn anim na akɔ abɔnten ɛna ebiem ɔmo ɛyɛ sɛ registration no per 2019 bia ɔmo ɛde ekɔkɔ gazette yɛ a ɛyɛ mmerɛ mu ɛwɔ mmerɛ mu sɛ 1,500 no. One more better I'm about the year only 268. I hear almost district offices in one. And you know, I'm crying. Oh, now 1,500 and a cry and him saying I buy any media car. Would it be about the car because so and yeah. Ababuna, I'm sure what we do. I don't want to two museti Africa. One more tertiary thinker. Who can see registration centers maybe war. A year tertiary institutions at the Kanwa Nanka Abua. Inti yetata agree when na no moya say. And as adia yan chai na omo be get back to us. If you know more pressure, they cannot leave it vague like that. They should give us a date. And now almost they will get back to us by Monday. Only for us to wake up the following day, Thursday, say almost a press conference. In the press conference, and now my phone telephone, I'm afraid Dr. Bosman. Say, oh, Doc, not some we look at them, you let them on come Monday. Now, be a cranny, I saw them come be betrayed. And now you may look at Kra Anna almost Sunday. Press conference in a letter. Extra, don't pass on more yet. Ever to IPAC platform. So, not officially writing even to us. Until parties, you're from because just after Wednesday now, there'll be a meeting and you're released. And if you make us say, and almost I'm get back to us. If you cry not the panel, or MONTIE, no more yet, your mind. If you enter on MONTIE, you're back. And I said, no, release, I'm called to study our press conference, the court, to press conference, it be a Friday. And I say, enter Monday, or Mokasaya will be near Yankee. Yeah, I resort to Monday. I am Rano. And I said, the yes, and in Tina, Yabu free pa. Sir, put me in prayer for a meeting. Namo de another mo prayer. Nama, Mama Kika, the Amopedia, no more Soroko. Moba, no more Bacadi, Amopedia, na, Sabi, Democrats in Ayano. I answer a papa, Jimmy. I didn't talk on if you are not about Ma, no offer. Now I try every way I ain't him said. I ain't gonna phone in our house. Now, Mamma, I net a Juma. No more yet, the Amo plan. Young chess here. And they are young folk. The same medium now, we used to yet. And they communicate to us, no. Young children, you see the same medium. I didn't know, I say, press conference. And they tried the Omoya, no. Ha, a very hot Ghana for. any bois, especially almost say Yatro in our district office. Abrana na say also replacing missing ID cards. Now over the years, you witness that process we know. So I'm the can confusion here deba. Now so more private means they are brought in for our registration centers and I don't know they are almost trying
but Jeremy Musasimo, and your way na premier be referring to as limited registration exercise. No, say Abia will be a fina wodi 18 bia na bia ni dini humanum ni ade fina womo ye mo makwenya no metumi atwo mu dinu meboa. Na so ma chechi ma say
the last time omo here no omo gazette 1500 registration centers and at the year no more just 258, not even 3/4 of their omo here in the last year no.
And no musi amwa wo
amwa because your backlog from 2020 you register omo. I remember the last time my year registration was in 2020. Every more in 18 years in 2020 now. Every more 20 years in 2021.
And 1,500 centers. Massive Milan is when we use 1,500 centers, me boy.
I know another one for the count.
Okay, and he said, "One man, ya, and no, not the end of my baby."
Oh, you have contested almost this is taking it because Ghana assumed any Ghana democracy. I don't think I
will forum being more contested way fan.
I saw Emra Muna, you almost increase the state level election. I call court to the brain. I'm a court. I overturn electoral commission on decision. They should know that. They should be careful.
Okay.
Young high and show almost on by
okay. But me assure some way press conference, Mate Omonka, Mate BB from Juana.
Yanyante Omonka. Okay. Omonka, Yabama Ghana for I aware.
All right. Jerry, that's an opinion, Miss Shapa.
Madam Monson, I feel for you.
Jerry Usuapa, your General Secretary, my RPG, Amanyokuno, Bayer, and soon, and Central Funshimwa, one a year, parties need be a year, Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP, Liberal Party of Ghana, LPG, New General Secretary, Eddie Nkomosi CI, Convention People's Party, CPP, other people's, that's the other parties, maybe a People's National Convention, PNC, All People's Congress, APC, National Democratic Party, NDP, and Ghana Freedom Party, GFP. And wamone Central for Edin Como. One same you said, sir, registration exercise here, Yababa Shasi, Electoral Commission, Baba Shasi. I think from the September 12 to October 2, 2023. Moi, Mudini Abato Humemunu, Aquiniano Abamamo, I'm with me. Akwako show the obiwa be a fee Sabrina ya trudi na ondi 18 fino di 18 ene ne keka ho munyina no mu akwenya mu betimi akwako show eye mudin from September ne de toso ye dumienu I de call eye October ne de toso ye mienu afimu a ene sa centers no eye the district offices of the Electoral Commission, that's 268 EC district offices. And I earmarked for this particular exercise. And on some 7 political parties protest this one more engine to meet 100.9 Ghana Montie Sunye. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Let me just read some more messages. My dream chain be Amodiaba. Minkin can be Enfanto Asuna. Me didn't come on penny for transfer studio and say discussion segment eba and I'll pay. This one says, please let me ask you this simple question. Have you ever in your entire life seen a thief accepting his or a criminality before? The BOG is only trying to defend their criminalities. That's one from FX from Afinia. Eric Bwedi, Patriotic Voices, Bichim, the NDC, and Fixing the Country Group. It's Ghana's biggest problem. If Ghanaians want the best for this country, then they should give NPP more years beyond the normal 8 years. When we have the hyper-incompetent NPP administration not able to fulfill its foreign creditors and domestic debt for over 8 months due to total mismanagement and corruption, they want to compare itself with the NDC's JDM, that's Ali Baba Medina. Your service to humanity is very important, and nobody can take it from you unless God. Someone like P is our next MP for Ayinsuano constituency. That is Robert Media. NOD. Teacher Kujotepa Susu says, please, can someone tell me the number of demonstrations the NDC has done since they went to opposition? NDC is a confused party who have lost control, direction, and focus. Teacher Kujo NOD Webaye. Is it that there's loopholes in our constitution that this government takes advantage of? Because in one breath, they use law, another human sentiment. How can the law forbid you to go beyond 5% or seek approval from Parliament? And yes, still, Bank of Ghana takes a decision of such impunity. Or Dino Debra. And or do we buy need 100.9 Ghana Montie so ni twa me wa betie for nya to aso
Ghana Montie
Utie oha extra ponkno needs FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere.
Special ice, natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami en duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwe dia wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye bisha free gymnum no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve womo. Ye did we any a pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink in yenum. And this one what ya no a. He se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Utie oha extra ponkno needs FM.
Kuno ya owia no ho boko abie puno no sa no ya odi kwatutu neat FM.
Studio no anope aye penfomi no atranse Lawrence Kwesi Gatti NDC communication team member. Studio no hanum saying Samson and Solomon Asante, a member of the communication team of the New Patriotic Party, and so hanum saying Memo Makwaba na yenshe and komwase anope. Mr. Gatti.
Yeah.
Any memwe?
Freedom for Nadum Theatre.
Ekokama.
Sano pay me te wow. If you win the banana bano pay.
Okay.
And if you win the bar bepim high. In Comazi na mete.
I see.
Na uncomono. Ome hunde. No because be na be fi there impano. Yes, be there wo business and economics background kaka. Until you disagree, the more colorful, humanity addison. But I agree with the person. because I remember me for KWASI. I auto tomatoes. I auto tomatoes manage your the boy school. No, I manage school now, man. They be more JHS. Ne who there, obi oduga. Na at any point in time, Uncle Jibusi bia wo aban ho. No tumu kakra na owo no, otumu du konenyim. Na se obi a ono sabe, onsuo nsu nkonkoton. Onko echima, onko hwe. Enkofo no wodi skabogu ho. Na ono so for pen for to ho no so. Okoba ne dama. Ena dem nkofo ebien. Wana na fi there, or the best person to manage the Bank of Ghana.
Medasi akwa banso. Solomon.
Yeah.
Any mama?
Darling boy, nyamiadum. Also,
you go soon kakra.
Akwa banso.
Medasi.
But for some few weeks, I don't call live.
I'm home family, so I'm sure more shame and carbon.
Send me bisa we.
The bacteria infection be now what we share me chakra.
Oh, darling boy. Now, Kwankra.
What's say?
I thought it was one of your errands. So they were Kwankra. You
errand boy.
Veranda boy and errand boy.
Oh yeah, come on, send me home family.
Yeah. Send the only need come where you things or channel baba tune no baba Yamutu. Oh here so.
No boy, I'm here with you.
Oh yeah. Oh dear, menyahu.
Ne mama etario.
Oh masa. Ukosre busia for ne mama etario.
Ne mama etario.
Enye busia for no kosra.
Me si ne mama etario.
Ghana 2 months am kosre busia.
Ne mama etario.
Oh jasa. Eme etario nje biti
ne mama nya etario.
Me si eni mama etario na so biti ye. Na me ke
Ti say we say.
Ti say wo 2 months be so kosre busia for.
That's not true.
That's not true. Yet August ending.
Oh, yeah.
Me assisting from August. I copy that day now.
We are poised for credible polls. NPP assures aspiring presidential candidate. Am I ready?
Oh, Nyamiado.
Is it this weekend?
Mark. I mean, when it comes to organizing.
This weekend, right?
Yes. When it comes to organizing conferences like this, and as a husband delegate, this is not the first time. This is the second time I
so my chance say be nipa be 5 most on this names be na visa.
And the same answer okay, you were not here last week, sorry. The same answer I will repeat it.
Okay.
Me saying nipa 5 no ye benya.
Okay.
But me personally I know say nipa 5 no definitely honorable Lankoju chairman is part of it. That's all.
I don't know any din abo.
Me say
yes, five names.
And I me say me see nipa 5.
Yeah.
By the end of Saturday.
No, but I'm saying pick 5 names.
No. I'm not looking elsewhere other than say
the question. You are not answering the question.
Then I will not pick.
Yeah.
The only one I'll pick is.
You are not answering the question. You only accept no. Pick 5.
I'm saying pick 5. Me say 5 in Yebenya. I'm not in the heads. No, I'm not in the heads of delegates. What we are going to do is just speculation. I'm not, but I'm certain.
I'm giving you opportunity to speculate 5 people.
I don't like speculation. I don't like.
I'm saying I'm giving you.
No, I don't like
chance.
that opportunity. I don't like. And you say I don't have it too. I get it, but I don't do it.
And then who's true?
No. 5 and I'm not in the heads of. My Bejina say A, Z, Q, F. But delegates back on, they have their choice. But I know say 5 will be picked.
Do analysis, and you're saying that okay, me analysis. Nipa enum way dear. Me sure say
Nipa 5 by the close of the day. Nipa 5 in the back on November 4th. But back on there. You see, Baum is on there.
You have not said anything.
To you.
You have not said. They say pick 5. What do you mean pick 5?
No. After I won't pick.
Crazy
5.
Hey, Papa won't to munkasa.
He's being.
I can't pick
he's not being honest.
Dishonest.
Oh, but I'm being honest.
I'm being
honest to you.
He's just trying to be a politically savvy guy. This is my candidate. I don't want to project any other candidate. If I have a candidate and I mention other candidates, I am just bringing their name.
That is
what you are doing. But you know 5 people you get.
Is it not true, say, on Saturday coming, maybe is it not true, say, on Saturday coming, by the close of Saturday,
I don't know about, name true.
I'm coming, is it not true, say, by Saturday, close of the day, no, nipa 5. It's true. So I told you, so 5,
is it not true to say? You are not answering the question.
It's fine. So I'm not going to pick any. I've told you I'm not going to pick. So it means I'm not answering that question of yours.
Thank you for projecting your candidate. That's
And thank you for thanking me.
These 100.9 Ghana MONTIE. Well, so yes, come on, I say Bank of Ghana and several Ababatoja. Bem say teach you one had to do with the fact that almost breachy procurement laws in your car home almost down we see then this lost they posted 60 billion each year home come one more didn't teach my baba to ja busy Misha see infuse na MONTIE Bank of Ghana and run say my Dr. Addison do 2J
bebe da kwesi ajiman mama kusa ABOAGYE mama akwaba ebi akwa ebia yakopon de waba na mechia yetefo so damara so na magana fo wenya ninte there on the 5th of September 2023 yena yerebo dompem ewo the frontage of Parliament of Ghana na sentra yerebo dompem there in sema yereba abekin na ehwe the governor of Bank of Ghana Messi ma watu to Ghana sika na wama ahocher aba manyim with the support of the government. Yesterday, Bank of Ghana governor, Governor Addison, need 2 deputies, board of governors, and one resign. So one resigner, the modano, bochenku, the Wofi office.
When I'm didn't see you resign.
And yeah, but you were the democratic and constitutional right to demonstrate against the mismanagement, misgovernance, and indiscipline of the economy. Eba sam na akupwe. Am the nanse yo hana ebimudibo pwe kakra. Na semnimpo follow mbai. But Auditor General's report and you the sika sama akodo Bank of Ghana ni. Na where is headquarters krope? Or $250 million. Enyima, the miske aye kan. Enkofu bebre o ha. Sebi $1,000 no bo hu bi da. Nti kan million ade no kra wo nyim the quantity. But ye kan $1 million or ye ende around 12 million Ghana cedis. Ende 12 million Ghana cedis no. Or ye en quantity no 120 billion. Only a one into 120 billion times 250 and who has some na can no pay. There would this dano crew. What's what you call Juma. But before I go there, a Bank of Ghana, in your officer or offended then, Mokola on a panel, and your hopper in your office. In fact, was sans who used to City House, and I was sans who is for a opposite Palace Mall. I was Pinterest High. And see, it isn't like there is so much need. And say, Nima, and the echo, Palace Mall office here. It one of most of the operations. And basically, that is a depot. And if you are talking about a facility with a there, I don't know. So we abandon the new structure now. But about some no kobai. Yeka da masemi. Enya no kuti sikasam basa bi okodo maintenance fuel them na it was very outrageous. Yo ha na nda oye the governor or the nchechire mo bai. Na nchechire mu nimpo na ahyenye no mu febi kutupa. The all shenyansen there be then the man must go. Because eba some no be kind. In the first place, because me to call into everything. In the first place, I say in the economic conditions in a woman and the more facility and unsupported the idea. Meanwhile, let's ask ourselves. They took the decision. In fact, they signed the contract on 26th November 2020 and handed the site over to the contractor around March 2021. What was the economic condition of this country? Or May and it's then 2020 now, or November 26th now. No worry, the more signing of contract. The membrane ya kwa COVID ma abayin na ma or peska wo bebia. The membrane no na ahokyira we don't even know the future of this country, the future of the citizens, the future of the people who are struggling with the virus. That was the time Governor Addison all June Ghana ho e man do repedo ka kire yen there say oh yeah the membrane ya enka the decision on take it. The way taking that or taking in November 26th 2020 na COVID ojina mo tendenden or the nkwafuko site the one kwakwa ye dwuma no 2021 March and he say any position now and then you see there clearly he's a hypocrite on kanokwa or your mamboyi because say obia onyim papa and oya sama Bible aka Bible si nyimpa onyim papa na wanye no oya bonaman say nyimpa there if you are in a dire economic situation there's a ahochiri fita wo manuma anamo bi wo awonto a na say yehwe han na kotu da manamo na then ora dem a ye of agozi price bakan adabraka you are not supposed to be there. You are not supposed to be there. You are not being sincere. You have no go to nchen. Facility ya was worry see ehwe nimu tender processes are also they do not breach any tender. Yemi say ho there echo tendering act numa. Eben time no we use restrictive restricted tendering. Ehwe clearly ebe would have 3 positions. And the position, the beyond qualify Governor Addison to go for restrictive tendering. In fact, the best option, only the sole tender or the single tender system, but you went into something else. Share a projection of a facility, $100.8 million. A projection now at the call a PPA no. Or a public procurement authority no. And one so what by says who design a BBLO. It means the design and everything was available before they could sit with you. When you want to know and I will review at about $81.8 million. Jere sikana na momo peno also. Now you go behind the scene to go and agree on $121 million. Share any that statement or no. And you me there, they have even reviewed the figure because no come acquire there. And this figure na yereka there, the structure is 250 million. But when you can say as of January 2023, everyone kasa will review the contract sum to $222 million dollars. And ono NCC awarded the juma because what's the project no then you assess. Ono cry tax exclusive. Into tax nka 220 no. Enti say ehwe project award ya executive instrument akwaja asasa mo. And they paid compensation. Compensation wa famba. Say ehwe taxes were excluded from all this procurement you are going to do. And actually, NDC figure of $250 million. But the governor gets the opportunity to speak to Ghanaians and hide a very clear fact. Keep the figure at a position of $121 million, whilst the figure currently, as approved by the Ministry of Finance, our copy of the letter now. Yes, and this dishonest Addison cannot continue to mismanage this economy with the support of government because Esha Ekwaya Ofada was say on my Shade Awankasa Ebebu man 2017 Bank of Ghana Mabokau about 1.6 billion 2018 Mabokau and at the opportunity amunya yankade musiesi economy no that is where any aban collaborative aban so oye needless expenditure you are printing money to support government don't also waste no because I also feel there you have opportunity to also get some money to waste it. What has changed? There a dino, what to this cat war, a bay. And you will bush him. Na abafraba emra so edo ko school na so we sit down na afraba ni nya sika nko school
1 minute no
onya provisions nko school not fie na se wo papa ka kira wo there se enya dan ye ode nsa kan ya nka wo school fees no obetua nka wo ediba no nkoboto amon nka wo school no ebetua do na se dem papa no ehun de ogudo oroto cement wabra itifia ere ebebi sen wo de anadamu papa yi owadachi manamba odwin konkan na mpo no nebusua no orochichira kosi ni den. That is exactly the situation of the governor of Bank of Ghana to say the current economic condition sabi yede na mi na yehu project our stall bebrebia ye wo project we edu airport Feneden.
Okay.
Story building you for so many years. In fact, around 2010, another building is war. And if you there, you know him there, and another completer. It is a one which the governor of Bank of Ghana recognizes that in his statement yesterday. Then the governor of Bank of Ghana should take the common sense decisions to save this country.
Me that say. I mean, call Solomon Sunaminti Solo on this whole Bank of Ghana. So far, send me about to Solomon.
Darling boy, Dedika Hefan Chazo Kumaye, for any of your 4 abe from Titan. So, meaning I got a good morning. Wangazamozo, so good morning. First of all, I missed to say I'm not a PR for BOG. Right? So, what I'm going to say shouldn't be misconstrued. What's no pay can was him. You can't just as a can be share what idea. Who be share green, white, black, and only a public perception. There barely 2 weeks in here, baby. Tina has here, I can say, BOG for no, mama speculations. But in an institution of DS, you know, they shouldn't have allowed that room. The reason is essentially we are not hearing from themselves. We sorry, so I was advocating say it would be better. Some beba out. No more the true position of BOG any 250 million your friend is saying facility now we must in other in some air cost and make a system anymore. So when me sorry I'm say addition about out here addition about Abekas governor of BOG about Abekas, I was happy. Now yeah content you know and I said you ama ebinim so aye your friend is saying divided because ebinim look at an angle ebinim share angle but utie papa no come in the first place I must admit say some of the things that made the rounds and in a response and an address or the bar out there are certain question marks then you can say na musi sanka ye nemre musempre primo ye we send ye face hardships kakrano sa period minanka adene bank anya de amobeye nemum it was done in 2019. Yes, I know there will be a question mark. Say okay, I didn't know 2019 because then no just say 2020 or 2021 year sign on the face of it you come to terms okay then it doesn't make sense and the okano it is not wholly true. But let's delve a bit into what the man said. The man Oshasi said in 1990 that time kana your fourth republic require Shasi pay delivery no or you know actually as at 1990 no ana your fourth republic require Shasi no then a Bank of Ghana no started say one more pay asasi na one more si sa a building omo ka ho asem I say baby omusi omu located and then no they were looking at us on committing acquire some of the lands and be omu far so omu only 2 places per but the number of acreage you know and so the facility no person omu put up no 2 places omu nya and Malcolm na wo e ho no Malcolm nin chen and then a Queensway your friends bookshop na no. That is where they got the land and only year conflict free, that's litigation free land, and they could have acquired it, but not and so the own person 1 million, so they couldn't do it. Fast forward in 2012, Wamu ebenya 5.19 acre land be ewo Accra Central near the Lands Commission ewo baby affairs na foreign affairs Emma if they made a commitment of 791,580 cedis towards that, but later no foreign affairs but out here said no, they still want their land and they don't intend giving it out. They find out so I'm woman saying to me anka your friend is yes building. I'm just bringing this. This was also part of what he said, meaning the intent to acquire was it even of 2019. Then when he started far way back somewhere, which even then they were ready or they made some commitments, but just I didn't to me and you so they have to take their money back. Now, the question that needs to be asked, they say, year 2019, Anna, or pinpointing, was it the timer? And I think, Master Kwesi, you may help us here. Was it the time, that 2019, was it the timer? One more, just almost signed contract. Now funds was available, and I said at that time, now funds any available.
So, almost as I said, you were doing appropriation into almost Tisikato in Chechim no Ademano 2019. Sir, in the Suadi who buys okay, PCC, Omunya assassin, so almost can be 2 or 2019, 2020, almost be 2 or 2020, almost be 2. That's the explanation that he gave. But contract for a year signed in 2020 and handy over to a year gold key properties almost in 2021.
I want to believe, say, Yentin 2 started way back.
Way back.
Is that all? Because then
from say way back there, no, what's information?
No. I say I want to believe because send your
no, but I'm saying your canon or say almost as or no explanation says almost from 2019, 2020, 2021.
So on one say or Chirebi say, and that is where then I will say there is some ambiguity because on one say even in 2012, they made a commitment of Obofigan 791 BB. I hope you understand me. Yeah. So that and what was where source of that money?
Okay.
I hope you understand me. Yeah. I say started say 12 because when is didn't want to be then it wouldn't have been 2019 because even in 2012 you made some commitments. Where was the source? Maybe he has to come back again and explain to us because. Now, maybe understand is okay. Then it means, I didn't know the idea. No, he started nurturing the idea way back in from 1990. Now that not 2012, I'm to be a commitment just not on my own baby at all.
So, person chimuma amount for Tiase because you say big say na nepa ye watch which he himself admitted because he said that look, if say nepa they wouldn't have made it their priority because they know the crisis in which we are in. Mm-hmm. So, or chemu. That is what Mimi Tia said. So, Ochi Magana Fatia says, okay, well, and yet, any says he did say Jumano 2019. But going back to Niaokan about 2012, no, say, I know this at I'm not yet governor of Bank of Ghana.
No, but I'm not. We are not referring even to him as the governor, but the institution.
But I'm just saying he wasn't back. So, even if you are giving them because he gave antecedents with DSA from 1990.
Yes.
Yeah, but. The first time I'm making commitment from Nichechem no Adema was in 2012. Mukotos Asasina Lands Commission SIC for Foreign Affairs for Bay because okay well Omuchiska which I know because there are so many questions. Says can because I was asking so going to Muchiano. Because he didn't
even in the first place can source and the source on 7 source on the way. Now what was the so he needs to come back. Wabe Kasana Sebi commentary share your views and opinions on it now. Ideas be baba. They have to prepare again and come back to the public again to sort of address some of these issues we are raising because one, I can't say no almost to one into Remember, we go back to 2012, that commitment. Hey, then HS 791, assign back to them. I'm going to hold. Now even crap it was from a source until now bibi wo they use 790 aka bibi and they send the akoka ho kakra so what was the amount that's it. I hope you understand me. Yes, until say if per what you are saying say who hinji on 2090 hona yes say we any na twemo no na what they should come back and make na say by mass speculations no abrasi. The more they delay on this or their decision or their refusal not to come back to explain this, a bit fuel more speculations because maybe say MONTIE said that because someone from the horse's own mouth who come and say, oh, we not say tama yetiti on any day like Shasia 2019 and wait for Hansani and again we need clarification.
Okay, into hono. Who said Honorable Richard Champion, member of the year finance committee, by now no can ask him say okay. So we'll see who Shasia or Titiska to 2019, 2020, 2021. Sa period you crowd can answer me. 2020 no that's when COVID the ho chire ya ye pisika ni ade no enti wo tisika to ho na onim say ye ho chire ye no kra no still was how should that be a priority? You are asking government CCR say okay well a car ba beda ho no say enti aban some fisika emrel meanwhile no o si what tisika to a wo di si dan so vice president dan esin rem ehwefu be say eyini talk yes you just had an issue on say because maybe we think that as a country it's not a priority and there also fiskana or say what you have to on recapitalize that particular money.
So I ended by saying he will need to come back and address some of these issues that we are raising. Now this morning on TV, moving fast forward, now many honorable your friend is Timothy Awuntirum Atabo Dina Yewo TV so no you can not honor this on the 5th protest thank you September. This on the 5th protest now NDC kwako hold one hold we are the governor maybe or use the word maybe someone to your friend is in parliament no me use name so maybe someone say okay that akwenya wo all that we need is in chichiremu na papa ni me yi no ho ano woni maybe so is it necessary for a protest before if a call could be made and I say parliament was to me, they should just because UTI parliamentarians, minority parliamentarians, no more leading, but most also na mohona say if that call is made, so why wouldn't we say okay in order not to waste time, in order not to waste resources? I'm saying time because time and time wait for no man, and then do we have to say then you summon him, he comes, and he can never refuse not to come because statutorily, say ban is a friend. I was also one because the nation demands explanation to certain things. So I feel like a protest. They didn't say demonstration. It's a protest here. Because I think say Anka if they had given much attention to the call in number friend or a parliament, and him not come church anymore would have been better than a protest because protest I obia onusunam de bi edi na ebufu obi ewoni mu ni just a whole lot of things that man for be here say be ensem fata emboa ye be shitai ye be ye we I remember the same minority leaders here itama yisi 2020 elections here oh look then I make catch up be see no yisi you talk about 2020 we na one call your friend is saying yisi hono parliamentarians free parliament tool sound like share red and black suit edi namu your friends redemption circle the bad easy for one. What happened? Tie. They were burning tie there. Though more council they didn't mention some better, but ties were bent. In order to avoid some of these things, Nanka, Akwenya was on betting me afraid. And I can't tell more parliamentarians, one friend, one never pan as an institution. So be a say, they can even have follow-up questions because when we can call banker or home anymore. A follow-up questions then your friends also honorable champion Richard the champion and the year Kenny and knows it might be the concern of some MPs and they'll raise it so that they'll answer to those things. I think that would be better and to have been prudent than a protest because your language let's picket, let's demonstrate, let's do a fundamental human rights of young citizens any cool be a full say be a BBC and I but a way options because I have the feeling say it would have made more impact if he is called to answer to some of these things and would inform the public more than protest now. You will protest by the end of the day. That day you wouldn't hear anything from the man. Go protest. Protest. Sweat. That's all. You go away. They've gone away. What is the response? But where there you have summoned a man, parliamentary powers are mukra. Most of them about obey semano. More file more questions. I'm baby son as we ye no ama na yen timemu for ya informed. So I think this is the way to go down. Protest. No. Yeah, we should minimize on those options. No.
Okay.
Share this one. No baby why.
Me ba na ya ba be di san komo we enra mrashebedwa de be di an mrashebedwa some political parties for a press conference edin sema tudwa anopeni general secretary of LPGD hun komo about create more registration centers, limited registration exercise about koso electoral commission ba be voter register na man for betimi akwa akotwo mudin from I think September to October. Now, parties say district offices na one be sa registration we no emwa one centers no be enfan ka ho ano pay majima drink check cramping for but my main kan comments ni bin so aba soft mami Domi says OSP should act fast on this number 650 Ghana cedis ongoing verification process. It's another avenue to defraud people. That's soft mami the free Domi and or dear no by well I'm sure you know that he's rescinded his decision on this 650 Ghana cedis. I don't understand why the government has to spend so much economic resources just to register people, especially those that have attained the voting age and do not have a voting identity, voters ID card. We are in a difficult economic challenge. That's Aaron Babakoko Komisa Difi Accra. Mr. Kasanti Abosokan, the explanation from Bank of Ghana as rather was in this case, they should immediately resign and go. We don't need them. And for Richard Ahiagba, the least said about him, the better. That's Meshach Asante, Abosokan. Coleman Sampilatu Dome. Dr. Bamia is the best bet to lead NPP party to break the 8 for us. So let's support him for a better Ghana. Dr. Bamia is the best choice for Ghana. So I'm pleading with the super delegates to vote massively for him to maintain our presidential power. Abeli Nungwa. The reckless and liability incompetent Dr. Ernest Addison of BOG should give us a break right there. His explanation is rather worsening the issue. Eben Kwabenya. Musa Abato Asama say, why must they defend everything that went wrong? Nobody can convince me to accept BOG's explanation of building new edifices, which cost taxpayers, because the taxpayers almost about $250 million. Musa Abato. Solomon, create more registration centers. Limited voter registration, electoral commission, the almost somebody about to job, but almost about 7 political parties. As one can say, September 12 to October 2 registration. Omufi said just using the district offices, no MWA 268 of electoral commission on the district office, MWA, and one more being fan home. Accra,
well, electoral commission decision on my taking. One of the decisions one more taking before say prior to district assembly elections na omu be centers no makasi they are restricting the registration centers for the limited registration for to their district offices. It has happened before, and we have had instances also they open in a cluster of polling stations now. Yes, 4 or 5 within an electoral area. No, 1, 2 centers be with sometimes grab an electoral area. Be no 1 center. Then it keeps moving within the electoral area. And also so they have tried so many means on the registration, and this one is not novel in Ghana here because a system they've done it before. It's a good call because we show the rationale behind the call and they say one call HRS or send a beya one affair now 18 years and almost so I said for one reason or the other no when you're 18 but they've not had their names entered into the voter register. They want to take advantage of it this time around so that people will not travel because in fact we share some of the electoral areas.
District office now.
Show some of the constituencies, If we are the district office, only some of the electoral areas, the communities will be a one. It means people have to commute. And commuting, especially rural areas, no more such problem, Say, one more into me, and your means, to commute now. Our projects say they will be disenfranchised. Just say they will not have their names entered in the voter register. They are no, another your friend is, I was here. That's what I'm saying. The call they are making is a genuine call. Two, we share the other side. So it's not the veil. This is not the first time they are using. It's a system they've done it before. I've been witness. We went there. We have to take our people. Make sure. The balance our political party. What we do is say you try say within the electoral areas. The constituencies. They make sure they make it available means of transporting them to the center. Then they won't be to me. Aquaco taking advantage of and their call is genuine. The Electoral Commission is also doing something that a practice that it has done before. So I don't know to but two. Article 46 of the 1992 Constitution. Actually, the independence of YC. Not only this commissions. I remember Charlotte was at time we were talking. Is it Yera Afari? This time. Also, we were talking, and then Abedu Yerpame Jimensa. We are talking just because some of us we are oblivious of this part of the laws. I don't know, but I have to reiterate it. Say there's this provision actually saying, except as provided in this Constitution or in any other law not inconsistent with this Constitution, in the performance of its functions, the Electoral Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Call it a genuine community anke yo. Na Jesus wafa na kwan say anyway, say they are not subject to the direction because it's like we are offering. Though we say I'm talking as adding voice to political parties. Though we are talking say one year is saying we don't mean to direct. But say this option, looking at the current situation, saying other people, more people can rope into the exercise, But on also sad way who are we going to bat? Is it the Constitution and Anipana or practice what constitutionally he or she or it is mandated to do and I said so that is where we are. That is where Yanson tells you say a constitution and a review and yes, sometimes we share some pockets. Some provisions that so the time I was say idea way minimum human rights and so these are some of the things. Moving forward, we have to look at that subject again. Say whether the constitution there was it me sacre mukakra and I said how we'll be doing it because the microphone kind of for me I think say well it's a genuine call they are making just to make sure because the bond and say send a bit me up 3 months by the end of the day if this system is going to get only about 100 people onto the register and can you more than that 100 already that 100 that in now you still have some people now they have not taken advantage of because date na the man that day 5 p.m. now there are people who are bar you say about 5 into then they are going home. It's already there, it's already existing. And that is why I think say gradually and baby and Electoral Commission person will move to sanka yenfa Ghana card no enya ade no nka no dey open no e ba ne say yesim every day bia say ne na metani 18 and then me tam Ghana card me ra omo district office na me akwa ye na me nya edi Ghana card ra na me remu a me wo mu afebo yan kwasa afa ne ye be ye ene ye be bie window no and because it also comes with its cost window ye on be bie for this district assembly elections everybody's disabled e will cost Electoral Commission ko nke sa cost no so public national conference ni mu na ye kwa pick ne dia aboa amomuti dia ye adwuma tis anka sa call na e ba ye sanka ye fa Ghana card no enye na enye once president we are no so time Ghana card because if my boy time onya 15 years no onya na Ghana card na by now when you bru 18 no we di 18 ten once or walk to the district office no na akwa akoye na yes simple am I think say moving forward and as a nation we have to start looking at that exercise because idea ebetimi aboayen
Medase Solomon Medase Mami Tika Cranfield Lawrence Kwesi Gatti so on say on this whole create more registration centers, political parties, yes, I'm okay.
Okay. My brother, Okasa first, and son or Okasa second. But we wouldn't say we no. The pandemic may be there. Governor Addison, Ayedoko. Onankasa agrees with the NDC's and minorities' position there. His priority is misplaced. Also admit the procurement processes no. Ono we breach. Also admit the wankasa wa actor or governor in terms of threshold the what we granting my ban so we breach. With these examples, Papa no edoko. Now let's come to the limited registration. Yes, say I'm saying yeah, a buffer do a limited registration try. On internet menu now all Canada Moroccan. You are talking about registration at 2020 1 year BM. In 2020 December by is it August or so now there was no registration. And the obino D 2018 August 2020. Bepimende. The monk of one register. And we are talking about if not millions. And one casano were anticipated to register 1.5 million. Meanwhile, no year cry projection it will be higher because when you look at the demography and age systems na hana, and there a lot more people have turned 18, 19, 20, 21 within this space of time. Enti oyedoma wodoso. Enti number one, say a registration be the man. Unfortunately, Electoral Commission has not cited finance as one of their constraints. Enti chere won sheda anyhow. And they cannot also cite it because everyone wants to know. They have been well financed than any other electoral commission in Ghana. Until if our budget allocation one saka, na say more number one, we disagree because it is not going to give accessibility to these young people who have turned 21. In fact, it's not only the young people. There will be all cry no way to one. Afi na waba ofi there no so edo be register ko bi wo ha time odi 18 no ne bia no nyi ha afi no so waba nti the numbers involved no edo way ade no mo oye a bit accessible the nyimpa no botum ohudo haye na edo metum control medim because me te hayi na moto aba wa ha sekwen wo district office wa now what it means in there officer now oye in charge no ono na oba be kire there awo Esifinfa, okay, mete Abeka Junction. Okay, Abeka Junction, so say police station, you want to pay no ha. I feel no bet you okay, you to ha. You can just imagine on election day, even in the situation you to me register a police station on election day, becon was I want to ha. On the crown or register or police station, no. Now you are going to be registered at a district office. No, a bit of bibieti na actually bibieti. Na officer na hwe baby awon fa wonto na dide no akwahye queue ma wabobe 3-4 na eduodo no waka che de awonto aba wa na de kwa enti e besere won yempede da madwini bi na awo bi mo trim there is no way the MPP can retain this governance of the country or the governance of this country enti they can only get it through easy no yempede ebohu there worry a BB them to help the government. 2, there can even be gerrymandering because your situation be or her constituency be or her be by some few numbers. And he say yet by high share about Accra de ya. Echo Iowa West Wagona. Look at the number of constituencies that was around Iowa West Wagon. It is Iowa West Wagon, Ebia Impano we win by. Maybe I find 1,000. You can take people from there to go and register at the neighboring constituency for the person to lose. Yeah, pet the situation. Yeah, more baby or be another tenor. Wala no what you need. ABM. Yeah, pet situation now. This year was a guarantor system. Of impact could be out the impact too. Just imagine you are talking about 1.5 million as the estimated figure, of which the figure will be high. Now say Obiarefa. The 1.5 million will be for guarantees too. I said also another 3 million. The 4.5 million people and we walk crowd district offices. And you can just imagine. Nipa na oba register no. Is it going to bear the onakasano cost of moving the 3 hours from Equafam place Nadia to the place? No, I have guarantees too, no so. While transport one young child na after the way the 18 na all kwakoto abano. Or I don't for the guarantees too. No bokono so no. O tualary fare in and out for these 2 people. Yapo chow. O many mayeden. The state at any point in time should ensure that wobeye nyoma obema nkwofu wo wan ha kakra. In fact, nobody is begging them to do this because me say program here. And I said the system na kasa we use no. The last limited registration we use 1,500 polling stations. And what the year. And that one no and a registration quite recently before the limited registration. But this is the timer. Registration now, 4 years, 1 year registration. So many people have turned 18 within this period. Next require, you are going to put them under this pressure. Into your best one. Secondary schools here or centers. So if the students are even in school, they can have easy access to register at school because that is their community for now. But Miss May and district office, this office, and our friend crowd was if you know a district or acquire another or to school no acquire district or not what not to infa. You best someone. They should spare us the confusion. No matter maybe you know.
Yeah.
You best say electoral commission. Share a menu all say be their independence. I'm the independence I want to say. In the Bank of Ghana or independent. Everybody didn't IMF for be don't be police war. Bagos, Jimmy, I've been there. IMF for the new Bank of Ghana.
And yeah, Bank of Ghana for now, I'm requesting.
Oh, I don't know what requesting. And I independent. Enjoy a request. So I send me by a requester. Electoral commission, why independent? To a point. Everybody didn't electoral commission. IPAC was not created by political parties. I electoral commission. And our former IPAC. Because these are your stakeholders. You cannot go and sit in the office and write whatever you want to write and think there and one and you they don't matter. Sabi. The monk of Yan would your task what the finance electoral commission. And she said you be more committee just last Wednesday. Now more assurance that they will hear from you. No, but why there? The woman is giving some statement without recourse to the very meeting now. Mukoye na. Na sabi ai de ebu nyimpa no enyimtia sabi nyimpa so nka yemfa nyizim ma ye ho kakra o wo de ye edwuma but enyizim po no nka oye why they have director of communication communicate this to the political parties. The funny thing na me nwa oti hoya o nyimini there the situation is so dire there hypocritically Evans Nimakwa here director of elections for MPP is supporting this position and the NDC about tomorrow or next, we will also bring our position to support the demands of this minority party. And to be able to one, more one year there, tinti. Now one ma asumdwe, ye wan wichirim. Yamfa ya hocher yamfa ntina wa asumdwem. Ma yamfa ahocher yamfa nkọ ntokom yesran.
But I see, well, maybe briefly, we just take this particular issue. What Daily Graphic, you move here front page. What I'm saying, Presbyterian Church expresses concern about state of our country. Enti Presby asore no na wo mo de sa communicate ye dia ba to edua se se ne niam etie no niam ano ehye oman no se niam enko yi amanfo ho kire amanfo ebre a wo mo so ka kire aban CS wo mu nim CS there are challenges aban ye ne obetimi but still amanfo so ebre ti aban no enkekan ho yi na wonye bibi emfa ho. Well, the churches are now talking. Bejika Krefim honum saying Mystic Wonder in Soma Aduajiri, the John Mahama-led government were able to build a Bank of Ghana hospital and the other treacherous Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led government, BOG has made loss of 60 billion Ghana cedis. Please, I became very much surprised to hear remarks which seem to suggest that planting for food and jobs have been a failure. There has been adequate supply of food items all year round. Jew, mid-year. Bosheba Misty Gosu Zongo says, I'm still pleading with all the NPP presidential aspirants to campaign peacefully because after this primaries, we are going to campaign together for the party to break the AIDS. So no one in the MPP I'll leave you a message there. Kwamlavi from Pokwase Bengazi says, no matter what Dr. Bawumia will say, he can't become president of Ghana because he has lied too much in the past. He's now saying he's more experienced than his contenders. That's Kwamlavi Pokwase Bengazi. Odoi Ewa Tema says, there is no way any good citizen who love this country will vote for Mahama in 2024 because GM we know in 2012 to 2016 is the same GM coming back in 2024. Odoi? Upper West Achim is giving Bawumia 100% vote for what he's done for Upper West Achim in 2020 for winning the seat for the first time. That's Elom Ebenezer from Adesu. The BOG office cost more than the 1,500 Saglami apartment. Yet the clueless NPP says Saglami is expensive. Patrick Ewo Accra.
Okay.
Let's be on church.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The master me. You move to be afraid there. Civil society organization. What can be a womb and they are seen to be independent of any political party influence. And I want to hear one can be. You can yacher. Better one say on Cherebiana Pentecost, that is Church of Pentecost. What to an amobia or drinking a corner before that. Yeah, you build the moral high ground on Kakra. Na corruption, some so akufum. Of to told Safre, Penyufu Bebre, and Mokodi Damujumano. And I pray before so, also, we departed from the corruption aspect to say there, or my numayed. Or my numunayed, no, or your chronobokasa akodo, and then Yoma 1 to 2 ye, ewa benimu, or no nama, or my numayed. I think it's a right call, even though late, but then, Ebejatum was better late than never. Yabubu Wabado. The memory they have stand up to the occasion and also work and quara or actually aban. You there abandon the only tinti. Mobile in there, and we are doing our best. The American there, us in the resources the best in whatever. I don't know how he assesses that and the kind of analysis away mano. But we can spare the Nado Damka Kufado because you there. Even though he claims he knows it, but maybe either when he gets to know, he doesn't understand, or when he understands, he doesn't act. In Yadamudia, Anka, I have food to papa. There, Wobbe She, Nanka Wire, and she Bia. Share MPP Funa, what one in Nara when you there on my uncle ye. One now what complaining there. The finance minister must go. Currently, even though their new position will be there, the governor of Bank of Ghana should also go because it may be a way say it unya and there's also been it maybe that Solomon Asantia. That is their position because say Obia Bekasa and Obia Bekasa Neda. Now us the or the ni semina ni yadunina or the Kogunu website. Website in Samsung Eric and Amaboa. And he says still and tassy. No so fancy moving bra. Also been pass on tassy. No fancy move for some bra non pasuma. And I tell them what the ban on tassum. That's a mod ban on tassuma. And a Mayercano, ever didn't in a money yagin. There, Mayercano, only in a quarter because Nipano or didn't church remember. In your about parliament, like you are calling for there for parliament, not church. And your parliament. No, you called. No, you called there. No, you put out
and pay ye on TV, this was his part of it. And I mean, say, if that is it, say, him, and he used the word. I'll choose the word he chose was may. Let me say, if he may be called after protesting,
I don't think he speaks for Parliament. So that one, let's put it aside.
You don't think
he speaks for Parliament? He doesn't speak for them. The position
member of Parliament.
I'll take his member.
I'll take his view more than you because we're talking about parliamentarians.
My candidate, the NDC led by the minority, the governor must go, and that is our position. And because of that, we are going to demonstrate. Say, Nana Dako Akufo-Addo, see them a Presbyterian Church of Ghana working. So, or you'll be okay as a man. And Katama, what can you for your atano? Share the officials around this Bank of Ghana issue and look at the explanation he's bringing. The best person to even save the demonstration, and come if there, when you're solo, or a young man, yeah, origin or money future. Now, up that should be so also to hold some mantle in the affairs of this country. The best advice should be there. The president should hoist the man. The president no appointing no. Papa no kwatina hono. Eba do no why am. Share amai sikasema ayabasa. Nko no ko save na na danka because nko bia bo there papa no wa manage the finances. But because there is conspiracy, he cannot do it and he will not do it. Enti pray before yadamase. But unfortunately, we don't have a listening government who will listen and act.
May I say that's a question got there. Now, MONTIE, yeah, Solomon. Yes. Presbyterian Church for almost Amudio Manuatum.
Yeah. Darling boy, me just say, Anopana, newspaper, it's like, I don't know whether you were taken aback or you were surprised. I can't tell what the mood Nankasana Uwomono. It's like, Assembly on TV than what TV. No busy questions. Kwa branch, they will say, the day when you know one our can so still not go say we in your hunt here. Darling boy. Ye nipa. The nipa so no. Situations as they come and go. Why would even Lawrence sit here and say there is a position that the Bank of Ghana boss no abedani di actually. The NDC has taken a position on that issue. And to him, he sees the Deputy National Communication Director, that is also Bempa, no Peonena Kasabo, if he deal with and then Mesoso, as a member of the communication team, also when me Akasa, who you mean your position say, your positions, no, are you crown, and one would is the same. That didn't account. So why would at a point in time you realize say two opposing political parties sharing the same view? Yes, that is in the interest of what nation building. And you say, Sabi, Presby as a church. Now, can they say, hey, sorry, the Omuajimu. Because I don't know whether I'm so young. Why shouldn't they? Because they're also part of it.
There been recent calls about civil society groups, the churches near there, they should speak up. So that's what I'm just saying. So
that's where you're coming from. Hey, darling boy. Darling boy, you go me today. Matthias, Matthias here. Say,
I am now reading me.
Reading me. What will bet me to bet today?
I am saying that and two parties are auntie.
Matti,
Saman for so sorry, in Casa.
Matti, and then no more there. You are taken aback. Matti, darling boy, Matti. Am I young? Say, you sorry, dear Mujim. And you send me the say, you're at this Becca, EFA, the Ecoso Bank of Ghana. Because a barely 2 weeks in the answer, someone says, some a shazzy. My better a guisu, and my boss say, the aircon, allow my speculations, they should come out, and then come out. Whether good or bad, today, yes, come out. The same way, clergy uniform who given away and I say no more than it should be praised the Lord. It shouldn't be sounding as if say just say no, you call it for and they have heeded to our call. So praise the Lord in that direction. And I don't see anything wrong. They see, they feel, they know what is we are all going through. And to say almost at a point they feel like expressing their view, opinion on what is they make certain calls. Why not? Nobody can take that right from them. Fundamental human right. Freedom of speech. So we should just applaud. Serbia Neno, Serbia and so added their friends and views on matters concerning nation building. And together we shall all get there. So where the
Okay. Let me just read my last batch of messages, comments now. It's here for the Abana. Remember Jim closing remarks, and I'll just pick some calls now. Kwasi Noah Ablikuma says 26th of this month is the special delegate conference. So I call on to the delegates that that will be voting to choose a man like Kobene Japan for him to bring the new dawn to shoot down all this impunity in this country. Kwasi Noah. Kwasi, please tell Honorable Champon of Bia East to be grateful to the government because his constituency have benefited more from cocoa roads than any cocoa road, any constituency in this country. Bechema through Asempaneye, through the Bisu. Okay, well, Mr. Tegolf Estate on Jomo Pokuase Festo says this country over the years has failed to get close to the promised land, let alone get there due to our inability to set our priorities right. But for that, we wouldn't be here. We are lamenting amidst demonstrations amongst other issues until we table a clear-cut development plan forcing every single government of the day to do same. Then we're not going to achieve anything. We just return to the old gimmicks. Jomo Pokuase Festus. You see, if the actions of the NDC is emulated by the NPP, how will Ghana look like? How Ghana look like? Okay, God save Ghana. Romeo, Eddie Friteshi, Sami Boachi, Asaman Kese, Honorable Kwasi Boachi, the Controller and Accountant General, and the next to lead Achim Swedro. The BOG governor is not moving an inch, so the NDC and the minority can start their noisy picketing at the Bank of Ghana head office, which is security zone. As I always say, 14% casualty is nothing, so they can go and misbehave at the facility. Obama, Kweutafo. Solomon, close your remarks.
Darling boy.
Yes, sir.
Adebia was here, Timam, issue of corruption. We have to let Timam for any anti MPP are buying on another danko. Though there had been issues of people pointing out to corrupt practices in the name, this is a government in its record. It has done well to sort of protect the public purse through minimizing human interface for certain institutions and transactions. Through those means, na corrupt practices ekosu, and by those interventions that they are put in place now, those corrupt practices are minimizing. Ebini dear way him, ufa the paperless port system na because of human interface na nanke woman internet ma anka so many practices are badly described as corrupt. You see, on if you are passport acquisition and also through the digitalization system, online system, and also if you property taxes. Yes, mobile money interoperability, just a whole lot of Ghana card, DVL and DVL through national health insurance and those interfaces, my interfaces are clear for you. It is a ban to say a baby or this shabia to Quemu, na ye various institutions and such practices. Na ye nim say a cost war and then you never dear dances because first, Anka NHI is so called ye. Ube sorry, match 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, you could do so now. Sometimes you need to buy your way out in order to be served. Next, Uncle Banso Besanko feel for the time you have wasted in us. This is any money in the system. It's a crack will be going there. kakra no okay getting there so they should omunya your friends and GDA wo aban no say preventive measures they be block corrupt practices you're putting in place and next year the OSP about outlining to us. It is very impressive and we thank God we've gotten certain systems in place check is our corrupt practices. I know so very soon to get to a time Ghana and ban corrupt practices now we'll have less to say.
Medasi Solomon. Mama Lawrence into.
You power the test by concerning Bia East or Honorable Richard Achampon. Meaning say Honorable Casanotea. Osi Coco Rose no. Akufu Dubai. Osi Wire auditing. Into Amankofun wa park in your money for. Into Onka the Coco Road when you be. But as it is, no, the road has not been done because of a biness in Wenjai in Wujai. Bien, meaning, I can say, also what the system about. Unfortunately, also Alan Martin, but Baomiani campaign messages now, no, the Kawaii, and also the digitization at the Aba. But often got to Chen, share the Madi Hurricane now is a disgrace to them. If you have brought in system to stop corruption, what it means in there, the government revenue has increased. Because Canada of Fancheni Nano, Oba Bainho. And this is the very government to say, Odin Kofa ko Yemusimbi Obiara. World Bank report, I say, and Kofa Abai Epianwa ko Yem, why 850,000 they have been pushed to the poverty level. World Bank report. Until if you have gotten all this revenue, you have taken all this loan, and
well,
you don't have anything to show.
That's what
I can say you.
World Bank no can ye. World Bank can or share the Faribai, the FIBA. Before 2020, no, everything was okay. But Sebio, COVID and Maniama didn't accumulate. No, he's
Bank of Ghana had losses in 2017,
don't caress the facts.
2018, and what has happened? If even they come and tell you there, not everything was going on well. How many employment had you created at the time? And confining enough from Wajumum. And they were betting away.
Mamma figures. 0302243540. Mifa calls Kakrechi for now. Yeah, sorry, so I don't pay 0302243540. Hello, morning. Yes, sir, Udin.
I'm only fitting me fair Samankasi.
Okay, you too.
Yo, Mamintia, our next president, honorable Canada, compare for Japan. Then come back with Sequeni, atmosphere income MP. I mean, yeah, you can say, send it for better, you no more telling you something about Bank of Ghana. I am in two my fear. Nancy, ABC, ABC, it's your best room, and you young one as to a miracle. And no money, I'll go to Cata, my Bank of Ghana time say, almost resign. What to be that? I ain't found a BSC. Almost got no radio soon on a mechanical place. No more now. Almost power that can afford to my own tongue. But I say,
I'm engineer. Do you want to say morning?
For money, was ever to say,
Boko, Woody.
I mean, 1D wonderful.
Ain't you?
And they do a free search here. But about me, with Papa, delegate, Papa, no. Come on, no video, man. The possibility. Share NDC. Why you want to say? Nantibi. And now, Asimaga. Just banking the bank you almost see Sanadi. Utima, and it's from there almost 30. Almost every time I don't know Cindy. Can someone go? A black before basic.
I'm not starting with the idea.
Hello.
I'm starting the idea.
Monsieur station here or say.
And but you only can't ask him no station out here because you can't ask him no hand. Hello, morning. Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes, madam. Boko.
Where's the Aisha?
Into Aisha.
Aisha for once, Ghana for my income for the wife. In Bank of Ghana for your entire depa. I am with 3 years, say, Mamma Fabi behind your politics. Mamma, when Fabi behind your play and be young cacra. The idea that what, yes, and you'll be a boo opposition, you will be beyond Musian yet. Omo be Musunia, baby, be a Musia yet. Into my own dream, young cacra. More from Muka came on, she can't win a bearded yet. Mu ka ne kwa ye ma mu bindi eno ane se mu waste mu credit e waste mu sika mo yen ka no kure me ye hun to ye Ghana ha ne ye bre ko mu de yen do kwasi ni nyame nya adwuma.
Well, I'm sure time will just allow me to pick one more. NC. Sorry,
hello.
Yeah, morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good evening.
Richard.
Thank you, Richard.
If I offended you, tell me that I will apologize to you.
And Pacho Baby, Masa. Richard. Hello, Richard.
Don't read my message before
Richard.
Yes, I miss you, Kwesi.
And Pacho Baby, Uni Jeka.
The meeting can message that empty.
Message is not. I mean, message is never no. And yet, force I have to read every message. Imagine because since I did because I wanted to just allow you. It is not by force I'll send a message. Sabi you send a message, not a message in the home. Who send a message? Nyabutre. I'm not saying Tiasama Mekano. I'm not saying who send a message. I'm saying that messages that come, it does not mean I'll send a message. I have by force I see a reading message. Yeah, I mean too.
My messages are being read every morning, and the first message is to be read.
Richard, and Pacho Baby, Massa, only time, my main fair and see what I'm saying now. Yeah, I'm sorry, young cop, and a pay. I mean, that's Solomon Asante, I mean, that Lawrence Kwesi Gatti, Asi, and a pay. Kojo Dame Ado. Time edit with you know the bremo. I mean, fast like I say, farmer a year, Fima Bank on in and I have for almost so almost time Emma, yeah, the bremo 27 minutes to 11. A brainer asu, a see to me PJ na ye ma a year sports for NS Bruce Smith and so better so na what they a year sports no at the brain. Because you are watching me ding is you by board day.